Yes, Judy, I'm here. Sorry,
Great.
just had trouble
No
getting
worries.
unmuted.
That's okay. Thank you. Mayor Canniff. Hear you if you are speaking. It's Judy Smith, Municipal Clerk. The mayor is just having some technical difficulties, but IT is working with them. So I'm going to start the meeting and move into the planning session. So we're going to open our open council meeting tonight at 6 p.m. and I'll start with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on the lands of Anisha Nabe Nation. This spot where we gather the traditional land of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ottawa, the Potawatomi, and the Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we, as beneficiaries of the treaty, must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. This evening, Council, we do not have any supplementary agenda. And for disclosures of pecuniary interest, I have one with regards to 12A, and that is Councillor Harrigan. One thing I wanted to mention to Council, just as a reminder, and just to let the public know also with regards to procedural matters, I just wanted to clarify that should a councillor lose connection throughout the council meeting, even if it's just for a short time and there is a vote that occurs, unfortunately, the councillor will miss that vote at that time. We cannot go back and we cannot receive an email or the next day clarifying which way they would have voted on that. If it's lost connection for a long time, we encourage councillors to call in by phone and verbally participate in the council meeting, and then we can call on you verbally to get your vote on the future reports. The minutes will reflect this. If you do lose connection, we can make note that you had lost connection through an asterisk on the vote recording. If council needs to clarify their vote on a motion, the procedural bylaw indicates that it must be done immediately after the report. We cannot have moved on to a future report. So if you send an email after the council meeting or the next day to clarify, we cannot record this. It has to be done in a public forum. So just for an example on that, if you believe you might have hit abstain instead of a yes or no, immediately just push your mic and call attention to the mayor and just say, that you would like to clarify that your vote would have been in the yes or no, and we can ensure that the minutes reflect that way. We've just had a couple questions over the last couple of weeks with regards to that, and I wanted to clarify that publicly. We'll move on to the planning portion of the agenda now, and I'll call on Ryan Jakes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The process to be followed for each application will be as follows. 1, the clerk will announce each individual planning item. 2, the clerk will advise if any written submissions have been received regarding a planning item. If so, the clerk will read the written submissions that have been received. 3, for any items where a written submission is received, administration will proceed with the presentation. 4, council will be asked if it has any questions of administration or the applicant if present. 5, council will be asked what action it wishes to take with regard to the item. Notice: if any person or public body that files an appeal of a decision of council in respect of the proposed applications does not make a submission to the municipal clerk of the corporation of the municipality of Chatham-Kent before the proposal is approved, they are not entitled to appeal a decision to the local planning appeal tribunal if otherwise eligible, unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as party to the appeal. Information on council's actions tonight will be posted on the municipal website. All persons who have made a request or who have made a submission regarding a particular planning item will receive a notice of council's decision, including appeal procedures. Any other person who wishes to receive a notice of decision must submit a written request to the municipal clerk. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item 8A, applications for consent and zoning bylaw amendment. Sam Sankar, 229 Walnut Street West, community of Bothwell. We have the applicant on the line and we have not received any deputations.
Councillor Pinsino.
Hello, I lost connection for a minute.
We can hear you now, Councillor Pinsno. Please proceed.
Okay, I would like to move.
Here, fuck all that.
Councillor Pinsno, are you there?
I can move this, Mayor Kenneth.
Councillor Pinsino was looking at making an alternative motion. That's why we're waiting for him.
Sorry, I was just trying to get it moving along.
Yep, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Pinsno, we can see that your microphone's, you're online. Are you there?
Councillor Wright, do you have what the motion is going to be?
Mayor Caniff, no, I don't. I know he was going to move it and then speak on it. Is there any way we could go down to the other two and then come back to this one?
Councillor Pinsno, are you there?
There, okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, this thing's jumping in and out for some reason.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to move that the consent application file B -66/20 to sever and convey a new 940 square meter, 10,118 square foot residential lot shown as parcel 1 on the applicant's sketch in part lots 565 and 566, plan 141, the community of Bothwell be approved subject to the following conditions: that the Chatham-Kent zone
Okay, Ryan, can you put up the motion that Councillor Pinsnow is reading out and presented, please? Thank you. So Council, this is Appendix D of the report that was presented from the planning. And this is what Councillor Pinsnow is reading through now.
Councillor Wright, would you like to second this, please?
I'll second that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pinsino, we see you back online. Can't hear you though.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. They're recommending not do this, and the reason they're recommending not do this is because Bothwell doesn't have sewers. And Bothwell may or may not get sewers in the future. It's hard to say. But if you look at the footprint directly across the road from where this gentleman wants to sever these two lots, it's the exact footprint. There's two houses there. This particular developer has built several homes in Bothwell, and some of them on smaller lots than what we have here. And they were zoned obviously before this, but there's been 12 new houses built in the last couple of years. Housing is necessary. We have a real shortage of housing in Chatham-Kent, and this is a good way to build assessment growth. And honestly, what's the difference between what he wants to do here and what's directly across the road from him? We need to let this go through and let him build two homes. Thank you.
Councillor Wright, did you want to add anything?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I've talked to this applicant quite a few times. I've talked to Mr. Jakes. Mr. Jakes made the assumption that if he was just building one house, it'd be okay on this lot. But if he wants to split it and build two, that's where it would be come to council. I'm like Steve, though. We do need houses. We need lots, and I think the man's doing really good to keep building these houses in Bothwell. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jacques, did you want to clarify anything before we go to put this to vote?
Mayor Caniff, it's Bruce McAllister, General
Okay.
Manager of Community Development here. Maybe I'll just address a couple things. No, I appreciate that certainly there's been building permits for lots of similar size or equal size. And the way the policy reads, we're not denying building permits for existing lots of record in Bothwell. The reality is, for about a 10-year stretch there, we had about 3 permits between 2007 and 2018. But Councillor Pinsino did note that I had a record of actually 14 new permits over the last 3 years. So certainly there's more demand than there has been in the past, for sure. However, the way the policy currently reads, it states that any new development or lot creation or new subdivisions be on full municipal services. So, we're just pointing out what the policy says. So by virtue of now, it's really a matter of adding new lots to the inventory on partial services is the issue with the way the policy currently reads. So I'll leave it at that. I guess our concern is, we very well could have others just because the demand is there. And unfortunately, until, there's a review of this policy, we'll have to come back with the same report. I'll leave it at that, Mayor Caniff, if there's any further questions.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put this to vote.
Council, we're just missing one vote. If everybody can make sure they hit submit after responding. All votes are in. Motion passes. Moving on to 8B, applications for zoning bylaw amendment, site plan control, and draft plan of condominium. Tunio Developments, Inc., 23 Louise Street, Community of Tilbury. We have one deputation on this, Mayor Caniff, that I'll read now, and the agents are also online. Deputation reads as follows. My name is Chris Mason, and I own property at 3 Albert Street in Tilbury. Albert Street is the street that this condominium will use for access to its vehicle parking. I have owned this property for approximately 5 years now. During this time, Albert Street, meaning the road itself, has been in poor condition. The road is not a standard width road and would not allow 2 cars to pass by each other without moving off the road. Approximately 2 years ago, the municipality repaired a section of the road that was damaged and did not repave this section. It is still currently just gravel. My concern with this new condominium project is, what will Albert Street look like? Will there be improvements for proper traffic flow, which means widened road so traffic can pass each other? Will the road be repaired properly? The traffic is going to drastically increase on this street, which will only further deteriorate the road more and cause regular unsafe passing vehicles. A second concern is with the condominium building size, is basically the size of the lot. How will access to my property be maintained? Where is all the construction vehicles and equipment going to be parked during construction? Albert Street is a narrow street, as mentioned above. If they park on the street, you will not be able to get by. I would like to know how this will be done to maintain access, and when the construction trucks, cement trucks, and contractors are blocking the way, what our steps are to have it corrected. I need continuous access to my property without having to argue with contractors to move parked vehicles, etc. I would like some type of communication back since I'm unable to attend the meeting in person. Thank you, Chris Mason.
Mr. Jacques, you want to give a presentation?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The application proposes to construct a 4-story residential apartment building containing 18 new residential units. To facilitate this development, 3 applications are before council for consideration. The first is a zoning bylaw amendment application to add an apartment dwelling as an additional permitted use in this highway commercial zone. As well, the zoning bylaw amendment proposes a number of regulatory measures regarding height, side yards, density, and parking to facilitate this development as well. Secondly, the applicants have applied for a draft plan of condominium approval. This would allow for the building, once constructed, to be subdivided in the condominium form of tenure so that each individual unit could be owned independently, with each unit sharing the management of the common elements of the building. Thirdly, the applicant has submitted a site plan application which sets out the details and floor plans of the proposed structure. As I said, it's a 4-story residential apartment building. It would contain 24 parking spaces on the ground floor, with 3 floors above containing 6 residential units per floor. Primary access is from Albert Street, which intersects with Mill Street West. To speak briefly to the letter received from a neighbor, I want to point out that Albert Street currently accesses 4 properties. It's the primary access for 3 properties on Albert Street, and it's a access to the rear yard of a property that also has frontage on Lion Ave. The road is monitored by Chatham-Kent Engineering and would be repaired over time through life cycle investments on an as-needed basis. With regard to access to Albert Street through the duration of construction, any encroachments that the contractors or developer require, whether it be on Mill Street West or on Albert Street, are required to go through the Public Works permitting process, wherein Public Works would set conditions and standards for the length and type and duration of the necessary encroachments. Full closure of Albert Street would not be permitted, save and except for very short periods of time where delivery of materials or concrete is occurring. These types of closures do come with public notification, not only to nearby residents, but also Chatham-Kent's various emergency service providers. That's all I have, Mayor Caniff. I'd be pleased to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Okay, before we get to questions, I'll just ask if the agent has anything to add to this.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. This is Tracy Pilon-Abs from Pilon-Abs Inc., the agent for the applicant. Just to add that this is an affordable housing commitment by the developer for these units. They will be condos so that the owner will have control over who will be renters and then which ones will be owned, in order to have the opportunity to kind of rent to own. Parking will be completely on site, and we agree with the staff recommendations in the report. Happy to answer any questions as well.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Oakshea, can I get you put on the floor, please?
Happy to move these recommendations, Mayor Caniff.
Happy to second.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan, you have anything to add, or Councillor Oakshea?
Yes, just quickly, and I believe this would be a question to Ryan, but potentially others. If there are issues that residents may experience during the construction phase, can you just explain what the process is for them to communicate those issues or raise any concerns they might have? I know sometimes it is a bit taxing, and while construction is one of those pains for better gain, if there are persistent issues, what might a resident do to help mitigate those?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The most direct way for a resident to find a resolution to these issues would be to call 311 or 360-1998, contact the municipality, log the issue. That is the most efficient way for it to get out to Public Works, so someone can attend the site and investigate and find a resolution. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ryan. Those are all my questions.
Councillor Oakshea, you have anything?
Yes, Your Worship, thank you. First, I'd like to thank them for bringing this to Tilbury. It's been a long time since we've had any condo or apartment building, so this is great for that. But Ryan, this is to Ryan. I just want to make sure you will reach out to the gentleman that wrote the deputation as he has asked for someone to reach out to him. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yes, that's correct. We will reach out to that property owner.
All right, thank you. That's everything.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, through the mayor. I just wondered, are any of these units expected to be accessible units?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I may ask that the applicant online offer a response to that question, if I may.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the Ontario Building Code does require accessibility requirements, and as many units as possible will on the main floor will be accessible. And the architect is online as well. Paul may want to add something else as he's familiar with the floor plan.
Yes, absolutely. Mayor and Council, Paul Weidel from Baird AE. We're the architects and engineers on the project from Windsor. There is an elevator that is provided in the building. To be perfectly honest, if we didn't have an elevator, we would not have to make the upper floor, any of the upper units accessible. That's just how the code is working right now in regards to elevators. Nonetheless, we do have the owner did want to put in an elevator to be able to provide accessibility to the upper units. By code, we need to have 15% of each type of unit as a barrier-free or accessible unit. So we do have that within the building. So there's at least two on about two on each floor, essentially, that satisfy the requirements of accessibility. So the building is accessible, and there are units provided for that will provide accessibility to residents.
That is great to hear. I'm just wondering then, would you not require more than 2 accessible parking spots, or did I misunderstand the plans?
No, the way basically the number of barrier-free spots is regulated by the total number of parking spaces you have. It doesn't necessarily coincide one-to-one with the number of units. It's a different proportion. So I agree with you. It's not, it doesn't really jive, but that's how it works essentially. They're actually quite wide. Yeah, they're actually quite wide spaces. The way this worked out. So they're not even as a standard space. They are wider than general spaces. So it shouldn't be an issue though.
Well, I'm just wondering with regard to the proximity to the entrance, and I assume that would be perhaps part of the agreement with the renter or the rent-to-own leasee. So I'll leave that for now. But thank you very much. I too am pleased to see this coming to Tilbury.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
One more, Council. Please make sure that your submit button has been hit. All votes are in. Motion passes. 8C, application for zoning bylaw amendment 1027459 Ontario Limited, Goodrow Excavating Limited, 23966 Baptiste Road, Community of Tilbury East, West Kent.
Councillor O'Shea and Councillor Harrigan, can I get you put on the floor, please?
I'll put that motion on the floor.
And I'll second that motion.
Mayor Caniff, I just want to mention that the applicant is online and we have not received any deputations on this one.
Okay, is there any questions? I don't see any. Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, we'll move to deputations.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. We have 3 deputations this evening. All are on item 14A, which is the tax rate modernization area charges, and the clerk's office will read all 3. We'll begin with Meredith.
The first deputation is from Michael Grail. Dear Mayor and Council, moving toward a transparent and equitable tax base should be in the best interest of all council members and residents. Subsidizing certain sectors, particularly farm landowners, has been a political hot issue for decades. Activist groups in the ag sector have successfully kept this inequity intact, despite the fact that farmland values have skyrocketed, commodity prices have increased, borrowing rates are at historical low levels, and profitability has increased. This subsidy initiated pre-amalgamation with the intent to help farmers who were struggling with low land values, high interest rates, and low commodity prices, all resulting in a struggling ag sector that required assistance. Times have changed, and it's now time to move towards a progressive tax strategy that creates greater equity across all communities of Chatham-Kent. In the spirit of transparency and equality amongst ratepayers, each of whom receive the same level of service without discrimination of what area of Chatham-Kent you live, I ask that you consider administration's recommendations. This will allow us to better align with other like communities across Ontario, realign tax base to assist those that are currently paying more than their fair share, and lastly, to be used as a tool for retention and attraction so that we continue to meet our council-approved growth projections. Respectfully, Mike Grau.
The next deputation is with respect to 14A, the tax rate modernization, and it is from Rocky Goodrow. Good afternoon, all. The big part of this debate is about a very small change in the end, 3%, 22% to 25%. For many affected, the equivalent of a rounding error on their year-end reporting. When stacked up against a business, which a farm also is, especially these days, at 198%, something has to be asked. If the 22% is fair and equitable for CK, then great. But if not, we need to stop pretending the problem does not exist and deal with it. And now is very much the time to do so if we are to survive and thrive. To date, we've heard some argue they do not receive certain services allotted to urban centers. Problem with such statements are the exclusions of rural services only provided for or to rural infrastructure, such as dedicated roads, bridges, etc., to a very small group. A kilometer of services, internet, bridges, and policing, does not cost the same as it does in more densely populated areas. That's just the reality of things. Divide 1,000 by 5 versus 1,000 by 500. Easy math. This topic is not about pitting a market against another. It's about supporting our community to its fullest to make sure we all participate in its current and future health. We have to stop assuming and start quantifying things for what they actually are with good intentions and transparency if we are to outpace and beat our neighboring communities. In 1998, many things were pushed onto what has since become Chatham-Kent. From amalgamation to cost downloading, we ate those costs as we figured ourselves out. It's now been 22 years with international truck type businesses having come and gone. Would they have stayed paying, say, 30% instead of 198% tax? How many non-seasonal local CK tax-paying employees would that have also saved? Who knows? Mutually beneficial decision-making will always yield long-term results. Regards, Rocky Goodrow.
And the last deputation is from Gail Hunt, President and CEO of the Chatham-Kent Chamber of Commerce. Dear Mayor and Council, as the local voice of business representing 350 Chatham-Kent businesses of all sectors, we truly appreciate the purpose of the tax rate modernization and area charges. We know this will benefit some businesses, others will not realize such advantage, while others will pay for such. As we recently stated, we recognize the need for a fair tax system overall. At the time when the COVID pandemic has disadvantaged many businesses, we encourage Council to implement a fair tax base to all sectors, while at the same time, Council ensures a fair allocation and tax revenue generated when making investment decisions throughout Chatham-Kent. We recognize the intent of the modernization of tax rates and area charges and the challenges you will need to debate as Mayor and Council. There is caution to be taken when approaching which taxpayer will pay for any service and/or upgrade, and to what degree they would be responsible for such cost. To take this further towards the future, we note the numerous tax rates that are applied in Chatham-Kent and the various variants of rates that need to be addressed. Sectors across the board are taxed at varying levels based on footprint. What we propose is a full review to bring Chatham-Kent into one cohesive municipality, treating taxpayers equally and streamline services accordingly. Debating of one taxpayer over another is not productive when our greatest challenge is prosperity and growth. Again, we encourage a fair tax base that provides a more competitive field in attracting economic growth to our municipality, which will in turn benefit all taxpayers of Chatham-Kent through the added revenues and opportunities of adding more businesses and residents to carry tax burdens. We recognize the challenges put on many at the present time, and we trust that we are all in this together. Gail Hunt.
I will go to the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So we have some reports that are pulled this evening. We have item 12A, the Physician Recruitment and Retention Initiatives, pulled by Councillor Thompson. 12B, Starter Company Plus Program, Successful Applicants, pulled by Councillor Thompson and Councillor Latimer. Item 14A, the Tax Rate Modernization Area Charges. It has been pulled by Councillor Harrigan, Thompson, Latimer, Pinsino, and Sakachi. Item 17A, which is the motion of Councillor Latimer regarding the home share program, has been pulled by Councillor Latimer. And 19A, the motion of Councillor Oche, the renaming of the Wheatley soccer field, has been pulled by Councillor Oche. Those are the items that have been pulled for further discussion. All remaining items will be approved in one motion, the consent agenda.
Okay, can Councillor Finn and Councillor Solomon, can I get the two of you to put this, the consent agenda on the floor, please?
Happy to make that motion.
I second it.
Seeing no questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes.
Item 12, information reports.
Item 12A, Physician Recruitment and Retention Initiatives 2020 Task Force Update. We have a presentation from Denise Waddick, the Chatham-Kent Physician Recruitment and Retention Task Force. Welcome, Denise.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Caniff and Council. My name is Denise Waddick. I am the Executive Director of Thames View Family Health Team. I'm also the co-chair of the Chatham-Kent Physician Recruitment and Retention Task Force. And this evening, I will be reporting on an informational report with respect to the $100,000 of one-time funding for physician recruitment in Chatham-Kent. Chatham-Kent recognizes the importance, the need, and the challenges faced in recruiting and retaining family physicians to provide care for its residents. The goal of the task force is to evaluate the need, develop and implement strategies to be able to sustain an integrated approach to recruitment and retention of family physicians to service our needs in the community. The task force was formed back in January of 2020 as an independent community committee with the terms of reference to outline the committee structure and operational processes. The task force committee members included representation from Thames View Family Health Team, Chatham-Kent Family Health Team, Tilbury District Family Health Team, Chatham-Kent Community Health Centers, as well as the Chatham-Kent Health Alliance. We also had resource members representation from Health Force Ontario, Erie St. Clair Lynn, and Community Attraction and Leisure Services Divisions from the municipality of Chatham-Kent. With respect to the $100,000 one-time fundings that was granted, the funding was provided to Chatham-Kent Family Health Team to hold the dollars, and as the task force made decisions, they would distribute the money accordingly. Over the past year, you can see here on the slide where the funds were allocated and where they were spent. We totaled approximately $52,000 in spending last year. Of course, you can understand the dollars were not spent to the full amount of $100,000 due to the pandemic, the COVID-19 impact. Due to the current recruitment challenges and restrictions around COVID-19, the task force was focused to recruitment efforts that were more focused on our current family medicine residents as strong potential candidates. The task force also developed unique and creative strategies to market practice opportunities in Chatham-Kent with a stronger online presence by developing a website and a social media campaign. In addition to that, we did attempt or had intentions on participating on a number of recruitment and job fairs, but of course many were canceled or postponed. However, we were able to participate in the Family Medicine Resident Weekend at Western University back in October and November 1st. We did manage to hold some events for medical students and residents. We did host a Family Medicine Resident dinner before the pandemic. We're also putting together holiday gift baskets for Home for the Holidays, and we were able to provide welcome baskets for our family medicine residents. So a lot of our time and attention was focused on marketing. We developed our very own recruitment website for Chatham-Kent. We established an Instagram account. We created a Facebook page. We advertised openings and vacancies on Health Force Ontario's website, as well as placed ads in the Canadian Family Physician Journal. Here's an example of our online website called physicianswantedck.com, where we established a brand and an image for recruitment with our community. This is a sample of our Instagram account, just recently launched, where we focus on highlighting residents local physicians, as well as great things that you can do and experience within our community. There's a sample of our Facebook page. That's what the Health Force Ontario website looks like, where we post our current vacancies. And here's a sample of our advertisement that was posted in the Canadian Family Physician Medical Journal. We also use some of the dollars to cover costs for family physician site visits in Chatham-Kent. And we also had offered a startup subsidy for new physicians that came to our community. It was given directly to the family physician to assist with their relocation costs. And we did include a 5-year return of service that was aligned with the hospital's incentive funding. So if a physician ended up leaving before 5 years, there would be a portion of those funds that would be required to be paid back. So to date, I'm happy to inform that we have recruited 3 family physicians to Chatham-Kent. 2 of those physicians were recruited to the Chatham-Kent Family Health Team's Chatham site, where those physicians took over existing practices. So to note that they didn't accept additional patients. We also did, though, recruit a solo family physician to the community who did accept new patients. Another thing to note is that Tilbury District Family Health Team, they were granted an underserviced designation. What this designation does is it allows Tilbury to now recruit additional doctors to their physician group. So strategies for next year moving forward, we'd really like to expand our online presence through social media platforms. We'd like to do more work around a retirement succession plan to strengthen our recruitment strategy. We'd like to provide mentor support by connecting our new physicians to other groups, to continue and expand upon connections with our local medical students and family medicine residents. While they're here, they can engage more in events as well as within their training opportunities. And we'd really like to explore a more formal collaboration and partnership with the Chatham-Kent Ontario Health Team to develop a stronger recruitment and retention strategy for our community and our patients. That is definitely one priority within the OHT, is to ensure that all patients in Chatham-Kent have equitable, accessible care, primary care. So moving forward in terms of proposed use of funds, we'd really like to still take that $48,000 unspent dollars and apply it to marketing and advertising, physician incentives, conference and events, learner and resident engagement, and then we anticipate there being some miscellaneous items that come forward. In addition to that, with the $100,000 moving forward for the 21-22 year, we anticipate to grow our marketing and advertising. We hope to be able to recruit additional physicians, so we'd like to earmark some incentive dollars for that, have more conferences and events to participate in, do more learner and resident engagement with our local learners, but we'd really like to consider the opportunity of a dedicated recruitment and retention coordinator to focus on the duties and tasks associated to the task force and the recruitment for our community. And then we anticipate some miscellaneous funds, again, totaling $100,000. We are proposing that Chatham-Kent fund a part-time recruitment coordinator. Our rationale is based on the pressing needs for additional family physicians, the economic benefit a successful program will bring to the area, and examples we can provide this evening of success from neighboring communities. So currently where we have 60 family physicians in Chatham-Kent. You can average each roster to be about 1,500 patients. There are just over 104,000 health card holders that live in Chatham-Kent. Of those, there are 78,000 that are rostered to a family physician and about 6,000 that are enrolled into a CHC. So when you do the math and you look at the formula, it looks as though there's about just under 20,000 patients that do not have primary care. And when you base it off of the average patient roster, that looks as though we need about 13 additional physicians to address our current needs. We do not have sufficient family physician coverage to provide the comprehensive primary care to its population. And this does not account for the residents that are seeking care outside of Chatham-Kent currently that may return if a provider is located locally. Future needs. So this is an interesting slide. So we currently have 40% of our patients rostered to a doctor who's over the age of 60, 11% that are rostered to a family physician over the age of 65. So 18 family physicians would be needed to replace physicians if all those over the age of 60 retired, and 5 to replace all those over the age of 65 who retire. Currently, almost 40% of our family docs are over the age of 60, so we need to support succession planning to ensure physicians do not retire without replacements. As we have seen with current rural vacancies in Chatham-Kent, recruitment of a new physician is a long process and often can take as long as a year. We know communities recruit physicians, and having local volunteers, a recruitment task force, and engaged physicians are extremely important. Having a recruitment coordinator provides the expertise and has the time needed to develop strategies, bringing together all stakeholders, ensuring that everyone's efforts are aligned and optimized with respect to community engagement, physician retention, leading for physician engagement, as well as developing a regional strategy. So here's a simple case study with just a neighboring community, Windsor, Essex. Supporting physician recruitment makes economic sense. Work done by Al Lozon demonstrated that Windsor Essex physician recruitment program, which included a paid recruiter, resulted in jobs and economic benefit to the region. So in summary, every dollar that was spent on a physician recruitment by the region generated an additional $200 in the regional economy. And these are just a few local contacts in areas that do hire a dedicated recruitment coordinator to help with the physician recruitment within their communities. So it is being done in other communities still to this day. So thank you very much for listening to our presentation on behalf of the Chatham-Kent Physician Recruitment and Retention Task Force. I guess at this time, I'd like to open it up. If anybody has any questions for myself, I'd be happy to address them.
Councillor Thompson, any motion to receive, and Councillor Foss?
I would make that motion.
Be glad to second it.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, you had a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, first off, thank you so much for the presentation tonight. A really important thing, healthcare, always in the spotlight. Over the past 8 months has really had a sharp focus drawn to it. You touched on it briefly. I was just wondering if you could offer some clarity around the amount of work it takes to recruit a doctor and exactly how beneficial it would be to have one person in the community aligned with the CKOHT to do the work.
Sure. So over the past year, as co-chair, along with Fanny Vavulis, and many of the members on the task force committee, it's been a lot of work on the side of our desks, bringing the information together, developing the branding strategy. There's so many things that we want to do and we want to be able to do, and having that contact, that neutral, central individual that has no bias and they can work for the entire community would be hugely beneficial. There's so much work to be done in terms of duties and responsibilities. Having a dedicated body to be able to do that, not just for one team, but for the entire community, and aligning that under the OHT would be ideal, and it would benefit all primary care teams within our community. There's a significant amount of work that goes into contacting that individual, following up with site visits, coordinating the site visits, doing the tours, doing if dinners and those sorts of things are provided, attending conferences, attending events, managing all of the social media campaigns that we've established with the website, the Instagram, the Facebook. Especially in today's day and time, the pandemic has really brought that to light, that being virtual and being online is so important, and that's a way that we would be able to reach and connect future candidates. That all takes a lot of time, and it would be ideal having somebody dedicated to be able to manage all of those things. And when the task force comes up with some great ideas and initiatives, that there's a dedicated person accountable and responsible to see that through to completion.
Yeah, I have a tendency to agree. And I think when we have these conversations in budget starting in the new year, I mean, I understand money is going to be tight, but I think continuing to fund this is something we need to do. You've had some success in the past recruiting for other specialties, and I was curious how that kind of coincides with your efforts to take care of the community and recruit family doctors.
So I think we can all agree that the hospital's done a wonderful job with recruiting their specialists. The task force has taken a lot of expertise and recommendation by the hospital. Fanny Vivulis has been seconded over the past little while as the recruiter for the hospital, and she's lent a lot of her processes and policies and recommendations and just her knowledge over the several years of recruitment. I too was a recruiter back, about 11 years ago. Lori Nash, she's been a physician recruiter. So just a combination of all the knowledge. We're utilizing the resources that we have available to us, and it only seems to make sense having a dedicated individual who can really focus on that. We tend to see more success for the community when you can assign it to one particular individual. I think also too, aligning it with the OHT and the commitment that the OHT has of addressing the needs of the unattached population, that partnership and the individuals on this task force are essentially on the OHT as well. So they would work together to align to ensure that we can provide that much needed care to those patients that currently don't have that primary care. So I think it's something in terms of a year ago, the OHT wasn't up and running like it is today. And it's so much stronger today with a dedicated executive transformation lead that it seems to be a natural progression to consider having this task force be sort of an extension or an additional working group or committee of the OHT, so we can align what the OHT is doing for our community in terms of managing the primary care challenges, and we can sort of help to support that as a task force.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Councillor Foss, followed by Councillor Hall.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Thanks, Denise, for the presentation. Very well done. The question I have is regarding, I know that the Chatham-Kent Family Health Team has a recruiter. Do the other, and as well as the hospital, I guess they have a recruiter. Does the other agencies have one as well?
No, we do not. I can tell you the Chatham-Kent Family Health Team recruiter was funded by the board of the CK Fit, but no, there's no dedicated funding or position that is approved by the Ministry of Health as part of our family health team. So there is no paid position for a recruiter at any of the other family health teams or the CHC.
Okay, I guess the question I have then is, where would the recruiter for the family health team stand? Would she be the new recruiter, or would you have one over and above her?
So I'm not sure in terms of the contract negotiation or situation with that particular recruiter, what the arrangement is. If that person still is in that position for the CK Fit, I see them working very closely in partnership with this particular dedicated recruiter. They would work in conjunction with one another. I don't know. I know that that's a contract position. It's not a permanent paid position. And I know that the CK Fit, because of the size of that fit, and they have so many communities that were in desperate need of physicians, that they felt that it was a priority to try and dedicate some funds to specifically address their concerns. But I anticipate moving forward that that's something that their family health team would have to sort of address and assess in terms of where they would like to move forward in the future. But she solely recruits for the CK Fit. Certainly she works in partnership with our teams as well, and we try to support one another, but she is solely funded by them, and that would be her priority and her primary responsibility. But I anticipate that if she's still in that role, I think for this particular position, just in terms of transparency, I think that it would make the most sense to, if granted permission, that the position be posted. And if that's something she's interested in applying for, she could apply just like anyone else, just so that there's a transparent process present.
Okay, I guess where I'm looking at, if you have two recruiters, you might be working against each other rather than working together. And I'd hate to see that happen. I guess that's what my concern is. But anyway, I'm sure it can be worked out, but I appreciate the report. And I know that there's been success with that, even though the COVID-19 has sort caused a bit of delays and things, and hopefully we can get through that as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I can assure you that the team, the task force, they work very well together, and we've got really strong relationships amongst the primary care teams and the members on the team. So I can assure you that we would be complementary versus competitive.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Caniff. And thank you for the presentation as well, Denise. I guess preparing for this, when reading this report, I think the couple days after I started reading it, it became a lot more personal, I guess. I got as I'm sure a few other folks in Wallaceburg and surrounding area did, we got a letter in the mail saying that, that my family physician was closing his practice at the end of January. We're being directed to call Healthcare Connect and that sort of thing to get on the list for a new family physician. I guess my question to you, Denise, is does the task force, do you, would you specifically, I guess, as a group, look to fill that gap, that immediate gap? I know you provided a lot of statistics about a need all across the community, and I'm not second guessing that. But given this situation, it was, is it something that you address specifically in a community, or is, or is more the goal of trying to, recruit family physicians, that sort of thing, just overall into Chatham-Kent? Do you dig into trying to fill specific gaps in communities?
Absolutely. We would identify, I would see in the past, what we've done is identify and prioritize particular communities that are in desperate need. One of the things that we have a huge opportunity in our community, which we haven't really had the chance to sort of tap into the way that we could, is that we do have our family medicine residency program right here in Chatham-Kent, where we're training residents every year. We have new residents coming to our community and training, and historically we've been very fortunate to recruit those training residents to stay and practice in our community. And by having a dedicated individual and all of us working together, it allows us to sort of strategically highlight and market certain key areas to try and recruit and target particular communities that so desperately need family physicians. So it's just a matter of having that dedicated person to sort of bring all of those things together and do what we'd like. But definitely that would be something the task force would focus on, is highlighting areas that are in high need of family physicians.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor Caniff.
Seeing no other questions, we'll move to item 12B. Sorry, anyone opposed to receiving the report? Seeing none, we'll move to item 12B.
12B, Starter Company Plus Program, Successful Applicants.
Councillor Thompson and Councillor Latimer, can I get a motion to receive?
Happy to move it.
Happy to second.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Latimer.
All right, I just wanted to say again, this is, I think, a fantastic program. I had a chance to talk with some of the people over the years that have had a chance to make use of this funding. And I guess I just, in general, how are the applicants chosen? I know this year was a little bit different with COVID, and I think in years past it's usually factored into just 5 applications. Isn't that right?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. It's Stuart McFadden, Director of Economic Development Services. Through you to Councillor Thompson. This year we did this cohort in July 20th to 24th. We had 23 people go through the 5 days of training and receive their funding. I believe it was in August, September, or the first 75% of it. And we just finished the second cohort between October 26th and 30th. So twice a year we run this program.
So we'll see that second cohort come back in 2021, right?
Thank you very much, Mayor Caniff. Yes, you will see that we are just going through all the plans that have been submitted as we speak right now. You will see that very early in 2021.
Excellent. And the funding for this program comes from where?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The funding that we receive, the two tranches of funding we get come directly from the province of Ontario. This year, we were able to, normally it's 8 successful recipients. This year we had 9. We were able to reallocate funding within the Small Business Center due to some programs we couldn't run from COVID. So the province said it was okay to use that. So all the money comes from the province directly, other than staff time, which is covered in base budget.
That's wonderful, and this is, I think, is a fantastic program. I was talking to Matt Reum today in regards to some of the things that your department has been doing over the past couple months. He was talking about a real shift to small businesses, people opening up their own businesses and living their dreams. And when you look at some of the all really of the applicants, the successful ones that got the 5,000. There's a couple in Chatham-Kent, a lot of different sort of businesses being opened and run. So I just wanted to say hats off to you and your department. I think it's a fantastic program, and always look forward to seeing this report. Thank you.
Councillor Latimer.
Thank you through the mayor. I also, or thank you to Councillor Thompson for asking the questions, because that was part of what I wanted to ask. But I did wonder, with regard to the scoring matrix, Stuart, are the applicants of 9 people were successful out of the 23? Were the other businesses informed about the scoring matrix and why they weren't accepted? And do they have a chance to reapply to the program next time?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Out of the 23 people that went through the initial training, we had 13 applications or 13 business plans that were submitted, and they were evaluated accordingly, of which we gave out 9. The evaluation process it's a great opportunity for the person who fills it out to find out whether or not their business is viable as well. And sometimes that is the best lesson that we can learn through going this process. Yes, there's some that might not just be there yet. When we have, again, we do this twice a year. Anybody that was not quite ready or ready to commit, then we encourage them to look at it the second time. But they're all evaluated based on the merits and strength of the business case. I mean, our intent is to make sure that we're getting off on the right foot, and that each one that we're investing these dollars in are going to be successful long term.
Thank you. I too want to commend your team and department, because I do feel that, particularly for the businesses just starting out, I have received nothing but good remarks and raves about our staff and their ability to work alongside our new businesses. And I think this is another example of that. You're making sure that they understand what a good business case is, and to follow them through that, and they get a chance to reevaluate and refine and pursue success. So thanks again, Stuart, and thank you.
Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Caniff. I just thank you again, Mr. McFadden. I agree. I've heard nothing positives. My question is very kind of just very simple, but do you feel that is there any improvements that you think that we can make just to getting the messaging out? I've heard, like I said, nothing but positives. I'm just wondering if there's a possibility to do a better job of getting the messaging out there of these fantastic programs that in the boots on the ground initiatives that are taking place. If there's a way that we can kind of get that conversation out there a little bit better, or you feel that we're maximizing those efforts right now.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. It's Stuart McFadden again. I believe that there's always an opportunity for improvement. I think that you've seen the last couple of reports that economic development has brought to council. You've seen testimonials. You're going to have another report coming to you sooner, within the next month or so. And again, we're really trying to capture the words and from the businesses themselves. Nothing tells a better story than someone has actually gone through the program and understood or found success through it. So we are trying to engage the people that are successful more, making sure that they're telling the story. It's one thing for me to say it, but it's another thing when it comes from a person that's actually benefited from it directly. So we're always looking at ways to improve, and we'll continue to do that.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate all the support you've given myself when businesses have reached out during these challenging times. So thank you for that.
Okay, there are no other questions. Are anyone opposed to receiving the report? Hearing none, we'll move on to item 14, Finance, Budget, Information Technology, and Transformation.
14A, tax rate modernization area charges. We have a presentation from Joey Vandermeer, Project Manager, Tax Systems Modernization. The floor is yours, Joey.
I think I need to be made a presenter, Judy.
While we're waiting, can I get Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Foss put on the floor, please?
I'll move the recommendations.
And I'll second it.
Joey, it looks like you're a presenter.
Thanks, Judy. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes, we can see your page with all your icons. Yes, we can. There you go.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Joey Vandermeer, and I am the Project Manager for the Tax System Modernization Project in Financial Services. Tonight, I will be providing an overview of the tax rate modernization project that is currently underway. Throughout the presentation, I will provide you with an overview of property taxes in Chatham-Kent and the necessity behind modernizing our tax rates. The municipality of Chatham-Kent maintains approximately 3,000 tax rates. These rates account for the base levy of municipal taxes, educational support, and area-rated services. The excessive number of tax rates are a carryover of rates that existed pre-amalgamation. During the transitional time of amalgamation, the preference was to keep information consistent as much as possible for property owners. Currently in Chatham-Kent, we have 14 different area-rated charges, such as policing, streetlights, and horticulture. What is area rating? Area rating is intended to account for either significant differences in service levels or costs of providing services to various areas of the municipality. Generally, in the absence of area rating, similarly assessed properties would pay the same level of property taxes municipality-wide. Conversely, with area rating, similarly assessed properties pay different levels of property taxes depending on the level of service provided in the specific area. It is accepted that no tax system can be made to create a perfect one-to-one relationship between services used and a homeowner's taxes. Nor is that a realistic goal because taxes are the means by which society funds services that have a wide public benefit. As you can see in the chart, Chatham-Kent has 14 different area charges that are allocated to each of the serviced communities. As an example, here is the calculation of the Chatham residential tax rate. You can see the total rate actually consists of the base levy, educational support, and 9 different area charge rates, 11 rates in total to calculate the composite tax rate. It should be noted that all information provided is for comparative purposes only. The actual impact to a property would differ depending on the current assessed value of the property. Why modernize our tax rates? We are in the process of implementing a new property tax system, which has prompted the review of our 3,000 tax rates and 14 different area rates. Annually, these rates are recalculated to adjust for any changes to the budget. This process is complicated and inefficient. Ensuring that property owners in Chatham-Kent can clearly understand their tax bill is not only ideal, but also aligns with the municipality's vision of an open and transparent government. Our proposed first phase of modernizing our tax rates would be a reduction in the number of services that are area rated. The multitude of area rated charges reduces the ability of taxpayers to understand the fees that relate to their property. Reducing these rates and simplifying the property taxation process will increase both efficiency and transparency. On the upcoming slides, we will discuss the full elimination of the area charges for policing, streetlights, and horticulture. This change would spread the costs of service evenly across the entire municipality, as these services that benefit all of Chatham-Kent taxpayers. It is important to note that these changes do not impact the amount of taxes being levied in the municipality. However, they do equalize the burden to all ratepayers. The first proposed area rate elimination would be policing. The municipality is an amalgamation of small communities that once governed themselves and provided their own policing services. Through amalgamation, government services, including policing, were centralized, resulting in the establishment of the Chatham-Kent Police Service. The Chatham-Kent Police Service is organized into 3 districts: the Northern District, which is north of the Thames, the Southern District, which is south of the Thames, and the Central District, which is Chatham proper and immediate rural areas. Each district is further divided into what is referred to as zones or beats, with there being 4 zones in the North and the South District and 6 zones in the Central District. As per collective agreements, each shift will consist of a minimum of 14 constables, except Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, where the minimum is 15. Each zone is required to be filled 24/7, 365 days per year. On the slide above, you will see a couple of statistics regarding the call volume by district and the response times. Although the Central District encompasses 65% of the volume of calls and the response time is lower, all service calls are treated in the same manner and responded to accordingly. The volume of calls and the response time differs between rural and urban areas, largely because of the geographic density. After consultation with 39 municipalities across Ontario, it was determined that policing services was included in the base levy for 37 of the municipalities. In fact, a majority of the surveyed municipalities did not area rate at all. The municipality that didn't have policing services included in the base differed from Chatham-Kent slightly in the sense that they were serviced by both municipal and provincial police. Under our proposed method, we would include the cost of policing services as a part of the base levy, which would then equalize the burden to all ratepayers, similarly to the consultant municipalities. The change in methodology per 100,000 of assessment would result in an increase in taxes for rural property owners of $102.66 and a decrease of taxes for urban property owners by $75.84. We recognize that this is a substantial change for rural property owners. However, since amalgamation, the urban ratepayer has been subsidizing their share of the cost with no significant difference in service level. Street lighting is the second area charge. We are proposing a change to the way it is levied to property owners. Currently, street lighting is area rated to areas directly benefiting streetlights in the community from this service. However, there's an indirect benefit to all property owners within the municipality. For example, while traveling through the municipality, utilizing recreational amenities, or visiting municipal properties, each resident will benefit from this service, as is the case with all services provided by the municipality. Not all residents utilize the resources to the same extent. As a comparative, the service fees for local arenas are distributed evenly across all regions of the municipality, and each resident does not utilize the service to the same degree. In a comparative municipality, the city of Kawartha Lakes, they opted to eliminate streetlights as an area charge in March of 2020. This motion was approved by their council. If adopted, the cost of service will be reduced by $6.21 for direct property owners and increased by $8.63 for indirect property owners. The last proposed elimination is for the horticulture area charge. Horticultural beautification initiatives, big and small, are serviced across the municipality by a combination of volunteer groups and municipal personnel. This includes hanging baskets, annual planters, and various shrubbery. Similar to streetlights, we currently area rate this burden to only the property owners that are directly benefiting from this service. This occurs today because of the difference in service levels that existed prior to amalgamation. In 2019, the budget allocation varied substantially from one community to the next, and has been this way since amalgamation. It should be noted that this recommendation does not eliminate the area rating for the additional horticulture charge that is collected for the Chatham and Blenheim BIA and the Thamesville and Dresden Horticultural Societies. This chart demonstrates how horticulture is levied across the municipality currently with the red line. As you can see, the amount currently levied per $100,000 of assessment, shown with the red line, varies substantially from community to community. We are proposing that horticulture no longer be area rated, similar to recreation and programs. All property owners pay equally for parks and recreation facilities through the base levy, regardless of the number of parks or facilities located in the community. The green line in the chart demonstrates the equalization of horticulture, which would have all property owners contribute $2.87 per 100,000 of assessment to this endeavor. As we move forward, we need to embrace that we are one community and support the beautification and attraction of the municipality from shore to shore, as opposed to each hamlet individually. The table above summarizes the total impact per 100,000 of assessment to each of the communities within Chatham-Kent. The proposed equalization of the tax levy for policing, streetlights, and horticulture will result in a reduction of property taxes for the residents in Tilbury, Blenheim, Bridgetown, Dresden, Wallaceburg, and Chatham. On October 5th, Council requested administration go out for public consultation regarding the tax rate modernization proposal. Administration used Let's Talk CK to engage the public on this topic. The survey was active from October 28th to November 8th and was utilized by 507 residents of Chatham-Kent. In the analysis of the survey responses, it became evident that the initial tax rate modernization was not entirely understood by the media, which created a situation where many property owners were focusing on area rating in general as opposed to the services in the report. Over half of the respondents thought area rating was going to be eliminated in its entirety. The responses often discussed the value of a homeowner's property. Almost all responses that included a value in relation to their property were based off the current market selling conditions, not the MPAC assessed value, which is still based on January 1st, 2016. Lastly, most responses were based off the consumption of service. Property owners didn't want to pay for services they are not consuming. However, property taxes are based on access to the service, not use. Lifestyle choices will dictate whether residents use the service or not. It has been over 20 years since amalgamation with minimal changes to our tax model. Area rating attempts to adjust taxes to account for differences in service levels and/or costs. It is not based on a user pay principle. Every property owner utilizes services differently. Some services may never be utilized, however, support a greater common good. Modernizing area rating is the first step towards a more streamlined and simple approach to property taxation to the benefit of both the municipality of Chatham-Kent and the taxpayers that we serve. Deviating from the pre-amalgamation approach to taxation provides the framework for better decision-making in the future and drastically increases transparency through a simplified taxation methodology. We are looking for your support to establish a tax model that supports the greater good within our community. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, we are happy to take any questions at this time.
Okay, Councillor B. McGregor, followed by Councillor Foss. Councillor B. McGregor, you're still on mute.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Can you hear me okay
Yes.
now? Okay. Thank you. And through you, Mayor Caniff, wanted to thank staff for the report. I think it captures a pretty complex issue and tries to explain it in fairly simple terms. I think it's important to note that that some of the feedback we received, individuals talked about other area-rated services like garbage or leaf collection, and that's not what we're talking about tonight. And I think that a service like garbage collection or leaf collection makes sense to area rate. It's something you receive or you don't. But when we look at these types of services, particularly with police services, it's a service that's provided equally across the community. And I did have some questions, particularly regarding police services. If I can ask those to Chief Khan if he's available.
Yes, Chief Khan is online and available.
Thanks. Thank you, Chief Khan. One of the things that I wanted to clarify is the level of service provided throughout Chatham-Kent different based on urban versus rural communities. So when an officer is dispatched, is there any difference or preference given if the individual making the call is in a rural area versus an urban area? If there's a break-in, is there a different priority given to a rural located business versus an urban business?
Thank you, Councillor McGregor, for the question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor McGregor, and might I add, good evening, everyone. In respect to your question, Councillor, no, it's the same level of service. It's not dependent upon area. It's not dependent upon area rating. Really, the level of service is dependent upon a totality of variables which are taken into consideration. Primarily the nature of the call and the urgency of that call. So the level of service does not change whether you reside within a rural area or an urban area. I think it's important to emphasize that the issue is not one of how much or how often we use the service, but more importantly, accessibility to the service and the quality of service. And this includes the fact that no matter where you are in Chatham-Kent, if you call 911, a trained full-time professional officer will attend, and all the specialty units, for example, major crime, forensic identification, drugs, intel, traffic, our drone, our CERT unit, and the list goes on, attends with that officer if it is required. And that does not matter if you are in Chatham proper or in Bothwell. I hope that answers your question, Councillor.
It does. Thanks, Chief Khan. And related to that is, we do see some differences in response times. And is that difference in response time related to a service level, or is that a function of geography?
It really is a function of geography. The volume of calls and response time do differ between rural and urban areas. That's unequivocal. But again, as you have indicated, that is largely because of geographic and population density. But you know what? Call volume or more precisely, response time is only one variable or one factor that is taken into consideration when we are talking about the quality or the level of service. We also have to take into what I've already mentioned, population density, call volume, type of calls, the length of time to investigate said call. Is this a minor theft or is this a domestic related incident, which is going to take obviously far more time. And then obviously the equitable distributions of our resources throughout the entire municipality.
Okay, thank you. And understanding that operational decisions certainly aren't directed by council, but for some reason, if you had to design a service model that was organized to reflect the current area rating model, could you even do that, and what would it look like?
Sorry, could you repeat that question, Councillor?
Yeah, so if you were tasked with developing a policing model or a distribution of service that reflected some areas having double the rating of other areas. Would that even be possible to achieve higher service in some areas and lower service in other areas based on that rating?
No, it would not. It would still be the same level of service. We have done over the past few years a robust analysis to try and equitably distribute our resources throughout all 2,400 square kilometers of our municipality. And I don't know if Joy, could you bring up that one slide that you have of the breakdown of our districts and zones or beats? Yeah, that's great. Super. So as Joy has already mentioned, contractually, I must maintain a minimum of 14 police officers, basically all days of the week except Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, at which time my bare minimums must be 15. That being said, that doesn't take into consideration, that is only frontline community patrol. That doesn't take into consideration our traffic unit, who is out there on patrol as well. And that's an additional 7 officers, as well as our community mobilization unit, which is also an additional 3 officers, which are out there, out on general patrol, maybe not to the degree that community patrol is, but they are certainly out and about. I would draw your attention to the north and the south, and that's depicted by N1, N2, N3, N4, S1, S2, S3, S4. As you can see, those are predominantly rural areas. If we take a look at the north, we have 4 units. Chatham proper is displayed by C1, C2, all the way through to C6. So you can see we have 6 units minimum in Chatham proper and the immediate surrounding rural area around Chatham proper, and then 4 to the north and 4 to the south. If I take a look at the percentage of our resources and the distribution of that percentage of resources, it's approximately 29% to the north in rural area, 29% to the south in rural area, and 42% in central or Chatham proper and immediate surrounding rural area. So in respect to the distribution or percentage of our community patrol resources, we have at any given time 58% of our resources dedicated to our rural areas. Now, that's not to say that they do not receive calls in Wallaceburg, Ridgetown, Blenheim, Tilbury, and urban areas as well, but they are assigned predominantly to rural areas for general patrol purposes.
Thank you, and I think that's important to note. And I think what's interesting about that map is that if you looked at percent of population in those zones in Chatham and Chatham proper, you have almost 50% of the population and under 50% of the patrol officers there, which does support this notion that there's some amount of equalized service over that geography. And one last question I had for you: there's often this perception that the location of a police station dictates the presence of police in that community and sort of acts to prevent crime. Is that something that we experience, or as this map shows, are officers out there working outside of the police stations primarily?
Another great question, Councillor. Ideally, and I understand that there may be that perception, if there is a station, then obviously, police are reporting out of that station. But ideally, they are not dispatched from a station. They are dispatched while out on general patrol. Technology has advanced to the degree that, the analogy or metaphor that we like to use is that officers, their cruiser is an office on wheels. All All cruisers have mobile data terminals, which they have access to Paris, CPIC, our records management system through Niche. They can do their reports from their cruiser, and that is all with the spirit of keeping them out on general patrol as much as possible. We don't want them back at the station unless they have to lodge or release a prisoner. And I have to correct myself, not releasing a prisoner, because you know, that's primary function of a sergeant or a staff sergeant, but certainly in lodging a prisoner. The remainder of the time, no, they're supposed to be out on general patrol. What I will say is that we have closed substations over the last 5-6 years. As everybody here knows, we've closed Dresden, we've closed Thamesville, and we've closed Wheatley. And we have not noticed or experienced any increase in crime as a result of those closures. I think I would further add too that members of council have to appreciate the fact that we further utilize GPS in each of our cruisers. So and the purpose behind that is to dispatch the closest cruiser if it is a priority 0 or priority 1 call. Obviously for the lower priority calls, no, that function is not used.
Thanks, and I really appreciate those answers, and I think that gives some clarity around how services are provided across Chatham-Kent. And Mayor Kent, if I have 1 or 2 questions for finance about this report as well, whether that's for Matt or Gord. There was some information out, and it was speaking about what this looks like, this cost shift with respect to policing, and there was a sort of model farm used as a 300-acre farm with, you know, $12,000 per acre assessment with residents on it, and it talked about that seeing an $1,100 increase. And I'm just wondering if that is accurate, and really what the total sort of tax burden for that type of property would be before and after these types of changes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the article did depict the $3.8 million farm with a $200,000 residential property, and the impact of the $1,132 was an accurate impact of the changes. Prior to the modernization, they would be taxed approximately $15,300, and after this modernization, it would be roughly $16,492, or an increase of about 7.5%.
Okay, and that's on an assessed value of $3.8 million total, correct?
Correct.
And just for comparison, a commercial property in an urban area with a valuation of $3.8 million, what would their total tax burden be?
A commercial of $3.8 million in an urban center has a tax levy of $171,000.
Okay, so looking, that's good to know. Looking at those numbers and correcting for the amount of that goes to policing, for that farm assessed at $3.8 million, they'd be paying just shy of $3,000 for policing services. Is that about correct?
Roughly, yes.
And that commercial property assessed at $3.8 million, they'd be paying around $27,000 towards policing costs, correct?
Correct.
And then, you know, an industrial property, same value, is around $29,000 for policing.
Correct.
Okay, and I think that's helpful to understand. Sometimes just looking at the percent changes maybe doesn't elucidate what we're talking about when we're looking at cost sharing. So I think those numbers are helpful to see, and I do think that this is the right move forward. It's an equitable way to share cost for a service that's provided equitably across our municipality. You know, I understand that this is a legacy issue, and you know, as much as we like to blame amalgamation for it, really is the function of provincial downloading of some of that policing costs that occurred in areas of our community prior to 1998. So, you know, I want to thank Chief Khan for your answers to these questions, and thank Finance for your work on this report as well. Thank you.
Councillor Foss, followed by Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Your Worship. Congratulate Joy on the report. Well done, and as well as Chief Khan on the answering the questions Councillor Brock McGregor presented. A lot of those questions that Brock had presented, I had as well. The one to you, Chief Khan, regarding the 4 districts, and I'm going to use the north area. We have 14 commissioned officers for those areas. Would it be safe to say that it'd be 3.2 officers per area?
I'm sorry, Councillor. We don't have 4 districts. We have 3 districts. We have a north, a central, and a south district, as depicted in the map up on the computer.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the 4 different areas in the north, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
And we have 14 officers looking after that whole north area. And they're broken down into 4 different areas. So
yeah, we have.
Go ahead.
We have 14 officers on general patrol at any given one time, as per the collective agreement. And if you take a look, if you add up those beats within those districts, the beats are the N1, N2, and so forth. That all adds up to 14.
That's right. Now, are they dispatched to each district, or do they just cover the whole area?
They cover the whole area out on general patrol.
Okay, no, that's good. Okay. I guess the other issue is the beautification, the horticultural. I look at the rural area are all very much in tune with the community that they live around, and they take pride in that community, whether they live right in the community or not, but they claim that as their home community. So by beautifying that area, I think does benefit the rural area, because a lot of them are members of community groups that help support that beautification. So I can't see why that couldn't be area rated as well. It beautifies not only the community of Dresden, for example, but also the people that are associated with that community from the rural area. So I'm very much in support of this. I think we need to equalize it. I look at policing in Dresden compared to, let's say, Wheatley or Mitchell's Bay or Thamesville. I can't see any difference in the policing in those areas as well as the rural area. So I feel that we all should be paying the same amount. Thank you.
Councillor Pinsino, followed by Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Area rating to me is just that. Residents who want an enhanced service pay for it. When it comes to policing, I have a little different take on it. I think there is an extreme difference between what the city of Chatham gets and what rural Chatham-Kent gets. Rural residents don't have streetlights. They don't benefit from horticulture, and their level of policing is a lot lower than the urban areas. They should not be expected to pay the same as residents in the urban areas. Last meeting, we dealt with area rated leaf and yard removal. The residents were good with paying extra for services that directly benefits them. They see that as a benefit to them, and they don't mind the little bit extra money. I'm sure this is a little more work for administration to administer every year because of the different areas and the levels of area rating. But honestly, it is the fairest way to do it. I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you through the mayor. I too feel this is basically just a shift of the tax burden over to the rural residents, who will end up paying more for the current lack of services we already feel we pay too much for now. It won't result in more revenue for the municipality. It won't result in increased service to our rural residents. and it does nothing to simplify the tax rate system for anyone except for maybe the actual municipal employees working in the tax department. Believe me, rural ratepayers understand their tax bills all too well, and I will not be in favor of removing the current area ratings for policing, streetlights, and horticulture.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor McGregor actually stated it really well, that it's a function of geography, and that's why it's called an area rating. I had some questions for Chief Khan. I don't think anybody would deny that the police do wonderful work. I really think they do, and I thank them every day for that. Although I do have some questions in regards to, we talked a lot about reactive policing, but what about proactive policing? I think, and maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong, but the feeling in the municipality, especially the rural areas, is that we don't see a police officer drive down our roads on general patrol near as much as, say, the community of Chatham would.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. The perception may be that, but I think you hit it on the nail, Councillor, by indicating, you know, there is the issue of geographic density. We have a large area to patrol. I would love to have more officers out in the rural area doing more proactive patrolling, but you know, there's a cost associated to that as well. I would further add that, you know, although we're talking about general patrol here, and I think I've already mentioned it, from a proactive perspective, we have specialty units that are out there doing proactive enforcement, certainly traffic. You know what? I took a look at the traffic fatalities for this year, and you know, we've had a total of 8 fatalities. 6 of those were in the rural area, where the other 2 were up in Wallaceburg. So 75% of my traffic resources are being allocated to the rural areas. And it stands to reason that, yeah, you know what, we probably are going to have more fatalities in the rural area because that's where people can gather speed. And speed, there is a direct correlation between fatalities, traffic motor vehicle collisions, and speed. That being said, our traffic unit spends an enormous amount of time on proactive enforcement out in our rural areas. I don't believe that there is any one councillor besides those in Ward 6 that haven't reached out to me for traffic enforcement initiatives at particular areas in rural Chatham-Kent. And 9 times out of 10, we satisfy those requests. Same with our community mobilization unit when it comes to community-based strategic policing and SEPTED audits and that. We just don't do those in Chatham proper. We do them throughout the entire municipality. I think we have to appreciate that we are a community of communities. I remember my predecessor always reminded me of that. And we do our fair share of proactive policing.
I agree, and I think we do have to remember that we are a community of communities. And I would push back, Chief Khan, in regards to the rural councillors reaching out to you, because we're responding to a perception that if we don't reach out and respond and get these targeted traffic enforcement initiatives in place, that the next time we'll see one done randomly will be after about a month of Sundays. But be that as it may, in a perfect world, if we're talking about leveling the costs out, what would it take to completely level out the service? I mean, the response times in North, South, and Central are the same. The instance of seeing a police officer on general patrol would be the same. What would the cost be to get the service unequivocally equal across the municipality?
Well, I would have to do an analysis in regards to that, Councillor. Off the top of my head, I could assure you it would require more officers. You know, costs are not really associated to response times. They are more directly associated to, and you know, I know you've heard me speak about this during budget. They're more directly related or associated to police per 100,000, our police per 100,000 ratio, or sometimes referred to as cop to pop ratio, of which we have the second lowest in the province of Ontario at 152. The provincial average is 179 and the federal average is 185. In an ideal perfect world, as you state, Councillor, I would love to see our cop to pop ratio up around the provincial or federal averages. But there is a cost associated to that. As everyone knows, 90% of my budget goes towards salaries and benefits. So there's a fine line there, a balancing that cop to pop ratio while at the same time maintaining adequate and effective policing.
I can appreciate that. There's also, and I don't have a rhyme for it, but there's an officer to area ratio, and I think that's what the people in the rural areas are referencing. That it's quite accurate. You just can't get that many officers into a large geographical area, and that's why we simply don't have, I would argue, the same level of service out here. In the previous report, your code 0, that is your most important calls, 2 minutes 40 seconds in Chatham, 6 minutes elsewhere across the north and the south. And I was curious, do you have a breakdown for, say, the community of Blenheim versus, say, the community of Dealtown, or potentially even further out, Port Alma, as to response times? Because currently Blenheim and, say, Port Alma, they're all lumped into the southern region.
Yeah, good question, Councillor. And you know, what we did was, when we did this analysis, it's very difficult to obtain response times. For example, there are a lot of police services throughout the province of Ontario who will not provide response times. That being said, we do provide response times. Unfortunately, we just broke it down into central, north, and southern districts. I'm not certain. I believe that we could delve deeper into the weeds and potentially come up with a more finite response time as per a particular area. For example, as you indicated, Ridgetown, Blenheim versus Chatham. But we did not conduct that analysis, and that analysis would take more time, as anyone could appreciate.
I certainly do. Absolutely. I think, and I thank you for your answers, Chief. And I think what we recognize is that there are differences built into the system, and that is a function of geography. And if that is the case, then the whole system needs to acknowledge that reality, including the costing. I did have some questions in regards to streetlights, of all things. So I believe that would be over to Gord. We recently went through an expensive LED upgrade. How was that paid for?
Thanks. This is Gord Quinton, Chief Financial Officer. That was paid in a budget allocation in the general rate.
So I want to make sure I heard you right. It was in the general rate, correct?
Yes, I believe it was reserve funded because but it was a tax funded reserve. Yes.
Okay,
and
so
in 2017 budget, I believe.
Correct, I believe so as well. So the rural area is paid to have those streetlights installed as well, because, as has been pointed out, there has been a certain level of usage by those rural residents, right?
Yeah. Yes, and just to add, the reason why we went ahead with that was that they would pay for themselves in 4 years and are actually saving the residents that are currently charged for streetlights about 90% off their electricity bills. That was then given back to them in a subsequent budget once all those LED conversions were made. So that investment was made by the general rate to say the ones that were paying for it 90% electricity bills.
So just in case maybe somebody's connection cut out there, and I think it's a good point to make, that the upgrades, the cost was spread across the municipality to everyone equally, but the benefit was strictly to the individuals who pay for the streetlights at the end of their roads or end of their driveways, correct?
Correct, and that upgrade, yes, you're correct.
Okay, and it paid for itself. I totally respect that, and I think all the residents do as well. And I never heard anybody complain. I know out here in Cedar Springs, we never complained about upgrading the lights. I think we all want to talk about energy efficiency. So when a street light breaks now, let's say one goes bad in Blenheim, how is that paid for?
So currently, all streetlight maintenance costs are charged only to the area rated area. So we're to the urban centers, not so. Just want to be careful here. There's in police, the urban areas are defined as Chatham, Richtown, Blenheim, Tilbury, Dresden, Wallaceburg. With streetlights, it's charged to the areas that have streetlights. So there are two different types of area ratings happening.
Yeah.
So for example, Highgate would pay for the streetlights in Highgate now as well.
Understood, and that makes sense to me. So we talk about access to service, and we talk about no significant service level difference. When the two individuals on Gore Road between Allison and Talbot call me and say they want streetlights on their road because they pay for streetlights and they want access to service and the same level of service, how do I say no to them?
So council sets the level of service. If it was a council approved motion to install streetlights, it would be done if council felt there was a need.
But at the same time, we're going to charge them for streetlights, but they can't immediately have access to the installation of streetlights.
But well, council will based on during your budget process, you could indicate where streetlights were warranted, and often we do add streetlights where there's an issue. Even in some of the intersections in rural areas, sometimes we have discussions about adding streetlights to light up an intersection, for example. Yeah, back to that is council that determines that service level. Where with streetlights and horticulture, we're saying it's that community. When you drive into a Blenheim, for example, in your ward, that the streets are lit up for all residents, both rural and urban ones that are driving through the town, to be able to both see their way and see pedestrians or other obstacles that would be in the road. Normally that's not required in a rural road for urban or rural residents when they travel down that rural road, because their lights on their car are adequate enough.
I would disagree. I would argue that if we need streetlights in urban areas for those reasons, then maybe potentially the rural areas would as well. But that's really neither here nor there. I'm frustrated. I think that's a word I've been saying a lot. And I know the rural residents are frustrated as well. Now, policing is one issue, and that's an expensive issue. And I know the streetlights is really a very minor issue, but it comes down to being able to access streetlights and being able to have streetlights. And if urban streetlights are a benefit to rural residents, then the reverse has to be true, that rural streetlights lighting up the entire municipality would be of a benefit to urban ones. And as you said, I think it is council's purview to decide where streetlights are important and where they're required, and I think we've done that. and that's why it's area rated. We've decided that these are the areas that need streetlights, and those residents who benefit from them the most have them. I know every once in a while we talk to residents in Cedar Springs about streetlights, or Shrewsbury, or somewhere else, and yeah, I mean, it would really upset them to know that they pay for streetlights, but they couldn't access streetlights. So I really struggle with the idea of supporting just about any of this. I would like the recommendations separated out, though, if I could. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Sakachi. Councillor Harrigan, we cannot hear you.
I'm sorry, Mayor Kenneth. Can you hear me now?
Sure can.
All right. So I will try not to re-ask any of the questions, and I'll thank my colleagues for some of the questions that they have asked. I want to comment that, you know, as councillors, some of us are in very different positions. Some of us are, you know, very much in urban areas, or some of us are in more rural areas. And then others have a little bit of both. And I just wanted to share my experience as a counselor who has a little bit of both. So Tilbury is considered an urban area, and then there are many other rural communities in Ward 1. And in the report, there's reference to this term about subsidizing, where, you know, it's noted that urban residents are subsidizing rural residents for a service. And I can see how on paper, you know, larger bill for a certain area like policing or streetlights may be looked at as subsidizing on paper. What I can say as a counselor is that when I speak to urban residents or family members in the community of Tilbury, they're quite happy and content with their police service. They're, you know, generally they might have an issue about a parking infraction here or there, and Chief Conyer staff are always very helpful. And then when I speak to rural residents or community residents, there's a different tone in what they're saying. And, you know, they're saying that they would like to see more visibility, and sometimes they feel like their response times aren't as the same, or sometimes they will say, you know, we just don't see anybody. And again, often when, as a counselor, I'll send a note and that's responded to. So I really appreciate the work that CKPS does in being responsive to counselors' comments. But I will agree with some of the earlier sentiment around proactive policing and where that proactive policing starts. Things like bike patrol are often kind of the downtown type of service or initiative that happens that, you know, you wouldn't see obviously on a rural road for obvious reasons. But again, I would say that I don't think that it's necessarily a problem, so to speak, that needs to be fixed within our community. And I know the answer to this question, but the first question I have is actually for the CFO. Gord, can you tell me or confirm that this change in tax rate does not in any way result in increased funds to the Chatham-Kent Police Services, specifically for the police services?
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. You're correct. This is a shift in who's paying the bill. It's no change in the overall police budget.
Thank you. And so in talking to rural residents about this, a common comment that I received back is, well, Melissa, if we're going to pay more for police services, you have to tell us what we're going to get if we're going to get more. And on the flip side, like I said, I haven't really heard of complaints from policing from urban areas. And so I actually think that this may be being approached in the wrong way. You know, if there's a need for more policing, then why aren't we looking at adding services and raising rural rates instead of just kind of finding that equilibrium between what's, geographically rural and geographically urban. I recognize that I'm rambling because I'm talking to a computer screen, so I'm just going to leave that comment there. I also wanted to comment that sentiment from rural Chatham-Kent is that, we're considered to be a community that grows for the world. We're often touting how successful our agricultural industry is. And this year in 2020, at a time when, there are significant challenges for all sectors, for all areas, for all business types, including agriculture, there's a proposal in front of us that certainly the outcome of it negatively impacts rural residents, rural businesses, and rural community members. And that for me is concerning. So I won't give any more comments. Those are all my comments. But I did want to ask the mover, because I'm really not sure how this is going to go in terms of voting, but if there's an opportunity for a friendly amendment for all three of these changes, that if they are successful, to phase in the program over the next 3 years, so that it's not something that all of a sudden people's tax bills next year see a drastic change as a result of this.
Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Foster, are you good with that amendment?
Yeah, that's a friendly amendment.
Mayor Kenneth, can I respond?
Okay.
It's Councillor
Sorry.
Foster. All right. Okay. Mr.
Yes, I am.
I think, yeah.
Sure, Mr. Quinton can just comment on that, Councillor Harrigan.
So first, sorry, I'm responding to an earlier comment. We are fine with the phase-in option if that's where council wants to go. But just on, I do need to make sure that everyone, both in council and those listening in tonight, understand how we got here. And a couple things. This wasn't just a project that's been worked on in the last few months during COVID and delivered now. This was a project that was approved by council using efficiency grants back over a year ago. And is just culminating both our tax system upgrade and this tax modernization report coming to council now as the work has been completed and was ready to deliver to council. But I think we do need to go back in history on how how this came about. So Councillor Harrigan, I believe you live in the Tilbury East Township, and prior to 1998, only the areas of Chatham, Dresden, Tilbury, and Wallaceburg had municipal police services, and Blenheim and Ridgetown contracted OPP services for those towns. The rest of all the townships and small villages received OPP service at basically no cost from the province. In 1998, although we had amalgamation as well, but also at that time was the who does what local service alignment in the Mike Harris conservative government of the time. And local policing costs was transferred to the municipal level, and all municipalities were required to directly finance the cost of providing policing services in their communities. However, as amalgamation had happened at that same time, and there was a political desire to keep taxes basically frozen at the current levels at the time, and we had 3 years of 0% tax increases. There was a will of council not to pass that on to the townships that had paid nothing in the past, and that has continued to today's date. So since 1998, there has been increases to the police budget that have been paid for by all ratepayers in the general rate, but that base level of policing costs from 1998 is only being paid by the residents in the town boundaries of Chatham, Dresden, Tilbury, Wallaceburg, Blenheim, and Ridgetown. And that's the real issue that we're dealing with tonight, is fixing that inequity that's gone on for 20 years. And as we have said earlier in the presentation, there is no other municipality across Ontario, and I would say across Canada, that would have multiple rates of policing to have different levels of service that would justify area rating. Anyway, I'll stop there. I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware of why this report has come to council.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan, you still have the floor.
No, those were all my questions. I appreciate our CFO's providing of that history. I won't be supporting the policing on this one. I will be supporting horticulture and streetlights because I actually view it as infrastructure and something that is a passive asset that the municipality needs to fund. So I just want to share with the public what my views are on this, but that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mayor Caniff.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and through you, I just wanted to double check with the clerk that we are able to separate these. Ms. Smith, are we able to vote on these separately? Because I was going to bring that to the attention as well.
Yes, we have separated them.
Perfect. I guess I'm not going to elucidate on any of the comments that Councillor Harrigan's made some very good points, as well as Councillor Thompson. I guess, you know, I'll leave my comments relatively short. It's very difficult during these challenging times to tell somebody that we are going to be increasing their bills, you know, their tax bills, so to speak, without increasing any types of service or services. You know, to Chief Khan's points, I can tell you, I have spoke to the chief as well as many of his team members in the past, and they are always fantastic at dealing with the issues when they are brought to the forefront, and I really appreciate Chief Khan and his team, even if they're on vacation, if they get an email reaching out, that really does go a long way in assisting. But you know, the opinions of the rural area, you know, this does challenge that even more. And, you know, we're going to be seeing people who have an increased, response time, who's not going to be receiving any type of, they're actually going to be receiving a decrease, and where the people who, you know, are kind of, inquiring, more rapidly about this are going to be then seeing an increase. So if there was an actual, service increase, I would definitely, could support this, but having no increase to that, I just can't. So I'm not going to go over all the comments that Councillor Thompson and Councillor Harrigan made that I do agree with. I just think that during this time, it's very tough to ask, anybody to pay more for the same amount that they were already receiving. So I won't be supporting this. And just one quick question for the CFO, just to help clarify something. So when we say the areas of Blenheim and Ridgetown or all those areas, how do we define the actual town boundaries? Many of the residents that are on the outline of our service that you would think that would, for receive different kinds of services, that actually don't utilize a lot of those services as well. So I'm just curious to see, where would the actual, would it just stop at the town limits? Would all the houses that are kind of on the outskirts that we consider part of the town, even though they're not, where would they then be, where would they be focused at? Would they be still the rule, even though they utilize the same amount of the amenities?
So correct. Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Councillor Sakachi. So yes, it's all at the former boundaries with two exceptions. In both Chatham and Wallace Ridge, we do have a fringe rate. So for example, in South Kent, your ward encompasses areas south of Indian Creek Road to the 401. That is in the fringe area of Chatham and is currently charged the urban police rate. I get, but if you get to all the surrounding all the other ones, it's the former town boundaries. So you can have one house on one side of the boundary in the town, paying hundreds of dollars more for policing than the house right beside it across that line. And that's the inequities that we were trying to fix with this recommendation.
Okay, and I definitely appreciate that point. But as you can see, the challenges in Ward 2, we are one of the communities that would this would affect the most. It's definitely challenging because we have several different pockets of communities that would benefit, and then large pockets of the communities that would not. So I guess my question, in the fringe rates wasn't mentioned so much in the report. So I guess I just wanted to see if you can just kind of, so you're basically saying that you could be neighbors but paying hundreds of dollars of taxes more than your neighbor, even though you're paying for the same service.
Correct. And
So-
that's important to emphasize. It is the same service. As Chief Khan pointed out, there's no difference in level of service, but you'll have neighbors across a artificial line of where a former town boundary is that causes an inequity of paying and one house subsidizing their neighbor.
So you've led into my next comment, and this is my last comment too. So would it not be beneficial to look at those aspects first and then come up with the potential modernization? Don't you feel like with the way that we've grown and how we've grown in certain pockets, that would be somewhat beneficial to kind of look at where those boundaries kind of stop and start? Or is that something that you don't think would benefit from a tax rate modernization?
So like I said, even right now, we have these artificial, based on 1998 policing services. So for example, a town of Blenheim pays this higher rate, but a town of Erio does not. Or a town of Dresden pays the rate, the town of Thamesville does not. So for example, give a real example, there's a Tim Hortons in Dresden and there's a Tim Hortons in Thamesville. Why does the and excuse me for using naming a business, but they happen to be all over the place, so they're easy to use. Why does the Thamesville Tim Hortons highly subsidize the Thamesville Tim Hortons when it's the exact same business? And that's the message that the Chamber of Commerce was portraying in their deputation, is that businesses should pay taxes based on the services that are provided. If it's the same service, they should have the same tax rate. Let the assessment levels deal with whether one area has a higher assessment and therefore pays more for a service than the other, but the rate should be the same throughout Chatham-Kent. And this is exactly, you mentioned, could we expand the area of Blenheim, for example, to get some houses outside? Okay. Where would you draw the line? 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers? Where would you want to draw the circle? It's still an arbitrary system based on no rationale, and no other municipality in Ontario has this either. So when we go to our borders, Leamington, for example, has a urban area and a rural area. They all would, the entire municipality of Leamington would pay the same rate for policing services. I hope that answers the question.
It does answer. You made your point, and I get that, but I guess it's all arbitrary when it comes to assessments. I can make the same argument. Why is one town in our municipality assessed at higher property value, and why do they sell for more houses? Sorry, so for more money in that that area? When we're in the same municipality, and I think that there's a lot of different ways that you can look at it. Some of our small villages, the homes don't go for as much as they do in some of our large and urban centers, and it might be only a population difference or density difference of a few hundred people. So I guess there's a lot of arbitrary points in the whole argument, but I will not be supporting this as well.
You're correct in that statement. If the house in Thamesville, for example, average house is 200,000, but the houses in Dresden average are 250,000. Those houses in Dresden, if you charge them the same rate, still would pay 20% more in taxes than those one in Thamesville because they have a higher assessment value. So we're not, that's how property taxes work. Where if there's a higher assessment value, that does attract more of the levy. It's not based And again, that's not based on the services used. That's based on the property tax system. So, you know, you could have a residence that does not use police services ever, let's say, but they pay for that service. Similarly that they pay for the library service and would pay more for libraries because their house is valued at a higher level than in another village. I guess the point of that, property taxes, no one has ever said that property taxes are fair. You know, it's based on the availability of the service and charged out by the value of the assessment of the property.
Thank you, Mr. Quinton. I appreciate your responses. And like I said, it's a very challenging topic in my, you know, our ward, just because of the geographics and how it's laid out. So I just would, like I said, I appreciate the fact that it is being separated, and look forward to the voting and the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan, I'm going to go back to you briefly. You wanted to clarify your amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Caniff. I hope you can hear me. I wanted to clarify that the friendly amendment was really just in regards to the police service being phased in over 3 years. Reason being, regardless of the outcome of the streetlights and the horticulture, I think it's probably a lot of added work for Gord's team for, in some cases, what could be somewhere between $6 and $18 in a change of somebody's tax bill.
Are Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Foster, you good with that?
Yeah, that's the way I understood it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Crew, followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. I just want to clarify something before I start to speak. There was a challenge, a conflict of interest challenge today towards Mayor Caniff and myself, because we are on the Police Service Board and we sent the letter of support for the area rating. We did individually speak to Mary Ellen Bench and our Integrity Commission, and she sent us a letter saying that we were not in conflict by representing ourselves at the board, the Police Service Board, and we were not in conflict to make a decision on this area rating. So I just want to say the Police Service Board agreed that this is the same service, whether you're in Chatham, whether you're in Bothwell, whether you're in Wheatley, wherever. When you call a police officer, you get a police officer, a professional police officer. Police service is not a car driving up and down your street, or, you know, or general patrol. Realistically, most people aren't going to see that unless they're standing staring out their window. You know, and realistically, most of them during peak hours are going call to call to call. So there's, and that can be in any community across our Chatham-Kent. The urban area, it's one of the things that people may not all understand is everyone thinks that when they say urban areas, it usually refer to Chatham and Wallaceburg. And in this case, it's Dresden, Ridgetown, Tilbury, Blenheim. All of us have the increased burden of paying for the service, to subsidize the service for across Chatham-Kent. I think there's also that presumption that general patrol is service. And when we have police officers across Chatham-Kent, when they have the time that they do patrol and do visit our communities, and we have all of those other services mentioned by the chief. I'm not going to beat this to death because I am going to support it. I can support it being divided up over 3 years. I just have a question, Gord. Dividing that up over 3 years, is that going to be create any conflicts with work you may be doing?
Thanks, Mayor Caniff. That keeps the same level of workload that we have now with a 3,000 rate, so we won't be able to reduce those rates until they're fully phased out. But you know, I do want to point out this isn't really about workload for municipal staff. This is about, you know, when we attract residents to Chatham-Kent and they're looking to town, they're shocked to see that we have different rates all over the place, and that there's no rationale to defend why a rate is higher in certain towns than another, because as the service level is the same as Chief Con has talked about.
Okay, thank you. And I just, you know, it seems the urban councillors, sometimes we have trouble speaking up because it seems like, you know, we're always hearing everything goes to Chatham. And but, you know, what's fair is fair. This needs to be spread across our community evenly. We get a police officer when we call a police officer. I don't think a car driving up and down our streets is service. Service is when we call for service, we get it, whether it's police, fire, whatever it is. But I think that in fairness, we need to support this for all of us, even in our smaller towns, as pointed out earlier, that a neighbor can be paying a totally different amount for policing in their community. Thank you.
Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor OJ.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have quite a few. There's been many comparisons to other cities made tonight. Our municipality is unique. We were amalgamated. There weren't too many cities or areas in the province that amalgamated back in 1998. Of those, I couldn't even tell you how many there are, but I know there wasn't many. Have we compared any of our tax modernization to any of those areas? And if we had, what were the results?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we did compare them to other municipalities that went through an amalgamation. And most similarly, the city of Greater Sudbury went through an amalgamation in 2001, very similar to us. And they are actually quite similar to us in the sense that they span a large geographic density, actually 3,228 square kilometers from the 2019 BMA study. And their population density is 52 people per square kilometer, whereas Chatham-Kent is 43 people per square kilometer. They initially did have area rating in place. It's since been eliminated, and the only area rating that they do is for fire and transit services, because there is a distinct service level, because they are largely rural, similar to Chatham-Kent, and they have volunteer fire services as well. So that's the most direct comparison to Chatham-Kent that's went through an amalgamation, is similar in size and similar in population density.
And can anybody tell me how many officers are in Sudbury?
No, I cannot.
Well, last I checked, there was about 260. You've shown demographics, Chief Con. Can you explain again? Because I've got so many here that I've lost which one. How were the borders of each zone decided?
Through you, Mayor, Councillor Finn. We did a robust analysis, as I indicated earlier. As you may recall, Councillor Finn, we had fewer, or I should say more beats and more districts. And as you are well aware as well, that there were officers out there that would go 12 hours in some of the rural areas without a call. And the impetus for us realigning the borders was the equal distribution of calls for service so that we could equitably spread it amongst our frontline officers. The other thing that we took a look at as well is obviously calls for service, the volume of calls for service, and the natural egress. So as you can see, the natural egress that we utilized to separate the north from the south was the Thames River.
Okay, and in those, being that you stated the call volume, within each zone, is it fair to say that most of the calls in each one of those zones are going to be in one of the towns or urban areas in that area? Compared to a call out in the rural area?
Well, certainly it goes to where the population density is at the highest.
And the officers that are assigned out there are more likely, say on a Friday night or during the day even, going to stay around those urban areas just in case there is a call?
Yes, but that being said, you know that we've got the traffic unit out there, which consists of 7 other officers that are primarily directing their resources to the rural areas.
And yeah, I was going to bring that up later on, but since you've mentioned it, when traffic does go out there and set up their little points and doing the speeding blitzes and seat belts, whatever it is they're doing, is it not fair to say that it's also an income by the number of tickets they're writing, as well as enforcement? They do a great job, but it's also, they do issue tickets.
Certainly, they do a combination of education and enforcement.
Okay, and you also brought up about the accidents out in the rural where they get called out. Does a traffic unit work all night?
No, it doesn't. You know that they usually they're on a schedule, but they usually will wrap up at around 3 o'clock in the morning.
I know, but the majority of the population does not know, and maybe not some of the counselors.
They're still on call as well, right? 24/7.
And the majority of these fatal accidents, I do realize some do occur during daytime hours. Would you say that the majority are at nighttime?
I don't have that empirical data in front of me right now, but historically and traditionally, yes, you're correct.
Okay. And it was also brought up about proactive and reactive policing. Would it be fair to say then that the people that are in an urban setting, whether or not you say patrolling a street is policing, the sight of a police car, will it create a different reaction in people or possibly deter people from committing a crime?
You know what? There was an analysis done on foot patrol, and the results of that analysis is that there is no direct correlation to a reduction in crime with the increase of foot patrol officers in the downtown core area.
When you see a police car coming at you on a street or even parked on the side of the street, is it fair to say that a vehicle is going to slow down?
Well, I would hope they would not have to slow down. I would hope that they are abiding by the posted speed limit.
So would I, but is it fair to say that the majority of people, when they see a police car, have a different reaction, or may, if they see it parked on the side of the road, may react differently? And it may deter them from committing a crime. I'm not foot patrol. Because foot patrol would be in the urban areas, would it not?
Yes, most foot patrols and bike patrols are in urban areas. If you're talking about just traffic, yeah, if a person is breaking the law, chances are the sight of a cruiser will have a deterrent factor upon it.
So that being said, just wondering how many times in a day somebody in an urban setting might see a police car?
How many times in a day? Well, as you know, Counselor, that's really dependent upon the calls for service. We're trying to divert a lot of our lower priority calls through our MDRO, our ARO units, and also through the advancements of technology through our citizens online reporting system. So we're hoping, and actually the empirical data shows that we have more officers out on general patrol than what we have in past years.
Which is wonderful, but I just say you're walking down the street. How many times would a police car pass you? Possibly, if you're sitting out on your front porch in, say, well, how about Queen Street? How many times would a police car go by?
I'm sorry.
I've got a point.
Sorry,
to the question.
Sir, Councillor Finn, I know you've been asking a lot about this. Can you kind of summarize what you're looking at?
I'm stating that, in an urban setting, your chances of seeing a police car are 20 times greater than seeing one out in the rural areas. I have contemplated this all weekend. The service to me, yes, if somebody calls 911, you quickly send an officer as fast as you can there. If it's a suspicious vehicle on Cherry Street East in Bothwell or on Finn Line out in Tilbury East, the response time for that call is a lot different than if you see a suspicious vehicle in Chatham or in Richtown or in Tilbury, is what I'm trying to put. Yes, you do answer a call, but patrolling streets is also a service. It's a deterrent. It's more prevalent inside of an urban area than it is out on the rural. And like I said, my phone has been ringing off the hook all weekend with people trying to explain that. And I know personally that it is a difference. Yes, we do go out there, but not as often as we would down a street down inside the city of Chatham or Tilbury or Dresden. So for that, I cannot support this.
Councillor Oche, followed by Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a handful of questions here. One would be to Joey. We did a survey. Did I miss during your presentation the results of the survey or any of the comments from the survey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the results are independent through graphs, and we did identify what the common answers across the 507 responses were in the presentation, in that many people were looking at market value of homes and not estate value, and their proximity or consumption to service versus access to service.
Okay, so we didn't actually see what they said. They said though, and that's fine. Could I go back to that map, please, of the policing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This could be shared, but it would have to be likely in closed session because some individuals did identify themselves. So it's not a document that we can make public.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So I'm just waiting for the police map, please. Okay, so S2, which happens to be part of my area, and this is to Chief Con, Police, through you, Your Worship. If you are at the farthest point north of S2, which I believe is the river, and on the Chatham outskirts, and you get a call to Wheatley, the farthest south point possible, obviously the time would be at least 35 minutes, pushing 40. How long would it take for the central area to get? What would the longest approximate time be, do you think, compared to 35 to 40 minutes?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Oche, that's really dependent upon traffic volume, time of the day. There are a multitude of variables that have to be taken into consideration before I could even estimate as to what that response time would be.
Okay, so from the farthest east, or yes, east to the farthest west of Central Division, if there was no vehicles on the road at all, how long do you think it would take to get from one side to the other?
In our Charlie district, in Central District?
Correct.
Again, it's dependent upon weather. If the point that you're trying to make is there's a less distance, yes, you're absolutely correct. There is a less distance. If I am working Charlie 6 and I am on the communications road and have to go all the way over to the western boundary of my beat, that's going to be a little bit longer, obviously, than if I'm working, let's say, in Charlie 4.
Right. So how would what would you do? Send the closest person, or would you send the whoever's free?
That depends on the call for service. Okay. And what I mean by that is if it is a priority 0 or a priority 1 call, which are our highest priority calls, then we would utilize GPS and we would dispatch the closest cruiser, even if that is in my beat.
Okay. Okay, I understand. So like if there is a priority call in S2, you may send S1 officer from S1 there.
Correct. Or if I have a traffic unit or a community mobilization unit that happens to be out in general patrol and is closer to the call, then dispatch will accordingly dispatch that closer vehicle.
Okay. But for normal purposes, S2 covers all that area from the river to the lake with one officer.
That's correct.
And that's the same with S4 from the east of Chatham to the east of, I don't have my glasses on, I can't see that that road name, but Clacken Road, that's quite an area too. So I guess another thing that I would say is being in Tilbury, I see officers quite often on Queen's Line and Queen Street. But I do drive the back roads a lot because I'm from out in the country originally, and I go out in that area quite a bit. And I see
you're kicking in and out.
Oh, okay, sorry. I see officers quite often, but I use Gray Line a lot because I go to Merlin, and I like I say, I take the back roads to look at some of the fields, and I have never seen an officer on Gray Line. And this is getting back to what Councillor Finn was saying. As far as if somebody's causing problems, and I've had quite a few calls from Gray Line actually by itself. People realize that there's hardly ever a time that they're going to see an officer on that back road.
I'm sorry, I can't hear anything. If anyone can hear me.
I can hear you. I don't know if anybody else can hear me.
I can hear you both, Chief Con and Councillor O'Shea.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I'm just trying to make a point here that there's definitely a difference from the policing in S2 compared to S1 or Central or N2, some parts of S4. So yeah, I can't agree with this either. So anyways, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just had one question. Most of mine's been answered. It's back to the farming again that was brought up by Councillor Lee McGregor. On a $3 million farm, they get a $1,000 plus increase. What would the like a house in Chatham, how much would it drop? Because it was $74 a thousand reduction on their taxes. Can anybody answer what a house in Chatham, like a $400,000 or $500,000 house, their taxes would drop with this? I don't know who to address it to.
Someone in finance can take that question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a $400,000 or $500,000 assessed home would have a decrease of $380. However, again, I would caution you that the number of $500,000 assessed properties in Chatham would be a low number. It would be more accurate to think of at this point in time, a $200,000 home as the average assessment in Chatham-Kent is currently only $168,000.
So they're gonna get what would that house get a reduction of? Approximately, just an approximate number.
Approximately $150.
150. So the houses in Chatham get a reduction where they got all the commodities, and the farms that don't have the commodities to use, they're gonna get $1,000 increase. This just don't seem fair to me. I can't support this. Thank you.
Councillor McGrail, followed by Councillor Hall. Councillor McGrail, you're still on mute.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Can hear you now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So I just want to touch on the survey results that Councillor Oche touched on. And I really am shocked that, you know, you gave us the percentages of the questions asked, but the comments weren't there. And I understand you said because of confidentiality, you couldn't show the comments. But how hard would it have been to take those names off so then we could really get a good feel of comments instead of a generalization of comments? Does someone want to answer that?
Thanks, Mayor Caniff. It's cool. Go ahead, Matt.
I was just going to say, we could share those with council, but the way it is a large volume. So how many respondents? 570 respondents. So there are a lot of comments and it would take some scrubbing. We could share it with council without posting them publicly if that would be acceptable.
I think that would have been a thing we should have had before this council meeting. That would have helped a lot to get the really good feel of those comments. My second question is to Chief Khan. We talked about, you know, moving officers, you know, from zones to zones. So just so I understand this correctly, you're saying that, say, in zone, I think it says, or in Chatham, the Chatham zone, because there's multiple zones in Chatham, I believe I can see here. If that zone was busy, you would bring in officers from other zones to help back up the Chatham zone? Is that right? Or vice versa?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor McGrail. Again, it's dependent upon the call for service. So we will utilize GPS and we will divert resources if it is a high priority call, for example, a priority 0 or a priority 1 call. If it is a lower priority call, then we, as per our differential response procedure, it can wait in the queue until such time as the appropriate officer is clear and respond to the call.
Okay, thank you. I too am having problems with this. I am too, and I completely understand the whole, especially the areas outlining what we call the rural areas, the fringes, that I think at a time that we need to deal with that issue on its own, but I cannot support as it stands right now. Thank you.
Councillor Hall, followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. After just a couple comments here. after the first read through of this report, I think, the easy thing to do as a representative of an urban location in Wallaceburg would be to vote yes to this. It will save residents in Wallaceburg money on their tax bill. No brainer, right? But I know I needed to dig into it further and ensure that the easy thing to do is also the right thing to do. So that being said, I believe staff did an excellent job with the report. It was explained very well in a simple way. So thank you. I also appreciate Councillor Brock McGregor's comments and questions that he asked. I think that helped make the picture more clear. I believe Chief Khan did an excellent job explaining the level playing field for police deployment, especially to priority calls, regardless of if it's rural or urban. And I think it's a really good point as well, pointing out the specialized units for the police service, like major crime, traffic, community mobilization, etc. These are services that are utilized and available all across Chatham-Kent. I think Councillor Crew illustrated this point very well as well. Mr. Quinton, I think he did a good job of explaining the history and the background on kind of how we got to this point, which I think is something is some important points to consider as we make this decision tonight. And lastly, I also agree with the comments from Mr. Grail, who made a deputation this evening, specifically that this creates a sense of equity and it better aligns Chatham-Kent with other like communities across Ontario. So while voting yes to this isn't the easy decision that I started with, I do believe it's the right thing to do, and I will be supporting the 3 recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor C. McGregor, and then I will go back to the Brock McGregor for final comments.
Thank you, and through the mayor, I would like to thank all the effort that went into bringing this report. And I won't reiterate the many comments, though I think the many questions that came from fellow councillors, as I think that we probably received a better education during this meeting tonight than we have at any other point in this matter. My concern is that this was sent back to administration for community consultation. And we went through consultation, or you did your consultation through a survey, which, if I read the answers correctly, were against these proposals. However, it is assumed by administration that there's misunderstanding in the answers to the questions, which then again tells me that there's not proper consultation that's taken place. I'm not going to refer it back for consultation, but as it stands, and Councillor Hall made some very good recommendations or very, very good comments about, making the easy decision and the hard decision. And for me, I represent the community of Wallaceburg, though I'm a rural resident. And, I know that I'm elected by the residents of Wallaceburg, and that should be my easy decision to just vote for this because that is good for them. But, I also represent all of Chatham-Kent. So I really struggle with this, and I still think that there's a lack of consultation that's taken place. And I know I've heard the reference back to 22 years of amalgamation. Well, I get that, and so I don't understand why we're trying to push it through in 2 or 3 months. So hence that, I don't know that I will be opposed to these after proper consultation with the communities and with other people, but at this point, I can't support it until I feel comfortable that there's been proper consultation. Thanks.
I saw Councillor Kirkwood White popped up her hand after I said that, so I'll go to her and then back to Councillor McGregor for final comments.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. A lot of the comments that I was going to make have already been made. I guess I have a concern relative to the fact that we make requests of administration that we don't often accept. And while this particular recommendation does not have any effect on the amount of total taxes that residents as a whole will pay. It's a record that seems to be repeating itself, and I understand that we as a council approved a recommendation to undertake this tax rate modernization project. And if we are going to meet our target of a 0% tax increase, we pay our administration to come up with recommendations. I know that municipal councillors have a right to challenge administration, but I do have a concern that we often don't accept the recommendations that administration makes. I will be supporting the recommendations, all three of them, as I believe that this is the right thing to do. It's a situation that we should have taken care of 20 years ago, and it's too late. Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor, final thoughts.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and I will try to be brief. Appreciate the input around the virtual table. And Councillor Kirkwood White is correct. This is a decision that's just the right thing to do, and it's based on a historical legacy. And the only reason not to do it is to maintain the status quo. And I think we have to ask ourselves sometimes if the maintenance of the status quo is always the best for the community. At the end of the day, it's about treating communities fairly. We've heard really irrefutably that there is no service difference across the community, and that bears out in any metric or any evidence you can look at. It bears out in any way the police patrols are distributed across the community. It bears out in police per population. And I think it's important to recognize that policing is about people. It's not about geography. Geography is the challenge. We need to be careful about perception and feeling versus facts. I've never seen a police officer on Holland Ave in Chatham, but that doesn't mean that there's any less service in my neighborhood. And I lived on Prince Albert Road and I saw police all the time, but that doesn't mean there was increased police service on Prince Albert Road. And really, when we talk about it, it's about equitable treatment. I don't think that I can justify to an owner of a restaurant in Dresden why they pay double the rate for policing when compared to a restaurant in Thamesville. I don't think I can tell a gas station owner in Wheatley why they pay more for policing than a gas station in Tilbury. We need to show that we value all residents and businesses of Chatham-Kent and commit to treating them fairly. There is no service level difference between these artificially defined urban and rural areas that currently pay differently, and there's no better reflection of that than the issues that take place on the fringe borders, as pointed out. We have to make this decision on evidence and anecdote. I think that phasing it over 3 years is a reasonable way to recognize that there is some cost challenges in the way we shift this tax burden. But this question at the end of the day is really clear. If we believe that all residents and taxpayers should be treated fairly, we'll move forward with an act of good governance and vote to change this policy. Not doing that could be politically convenient, but only serves to maintain a status quo rooted in inequity. Thank you.
No, it's 10-8. Okay, with that, we'll put it to vote.
So council, we will be voting on them separately. So the first one on the screen will be for the elimination of area rating for the police services, resulting in the inclusion within the base levy phased over 3 years. That'll be the first motion we vote on. Waiting for one more, council. Please remember to hit submit.
Now I've got it. It wasn't allowing me to do that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Solomon. All votes are in. Motion fails. Now we'll go on to the next, the second motion of that, and it'll pop up on the screen. This one, we will be voting on the elimination of area rating for streetlights, resulting in the inclusion within the base levy.
Judy, I accidentally hit abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Oche. What would you vote for this one? And we will clarify it in the minutes.
No.
No, thank you. All votes are in, and including Councillors Oche, correction for the abstain, motion fails still. And the last one we'll vote for this report is 1C, and it's for the elimination of the area rating for horticulture, resulting in the inclusion within the base budget. All votes are in, and that motion passes.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to Community Human Services.
17A, motion of Councillor Latimer regarding home share program.
Councillor Latimer?
Did you want me to read my motion, my notice of motion?
Yes, please.
That the Community Human Services and Community Development staff investigate and report back to Council by January the 14th, 2021 on the requirements for implementation, maintenance, and potential community partnership benefits of enabling provision of a Chatham-Kent home share program. The aim of which is to ensure that all home providers and home seekers in Chatham-Kent have an opportunity to live in affordable, shared accommodation with peace of mind, financial resilience, and mutual support and benefit for all parties involved.
Councillor Crew, can you put that in, second that, please?
Yes, I'll second it.
Okay, back to you, Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, and through the mayor. I wanted to take this evening to clarify what home share actually is. I've always thought that as an alternative housing option that it should be considered as part of our municipal housing toolbox. Home share allows an individual, if they so choose, to maintain their independence as they age in their beloved home and their familiar neighborhood, while generating income perhaps in exchange for some assistance with those instrumental home maintenance tasks that can prove to become difficult with age and or disability. Home sharing also addresses social isolation, affording mutual benefit and support to both the home seeker and home provider. We have a huge volume of underutilized housing capacity in Chatham-Kent, and Mr. McAllister has assured me that our zoning bylaws would currently allow for any homeowners to rent out a spare bedroom if they so choose to. I did not bring this motion forward with the intent that the municipality or our staff would run or manage yet another program. Ideally, I would like to see one of our current community partners or stakeholders manage a roster of interested home providers and potential home seekers, orchestrating a simple and effective matching program. At the very least, I would like to see the provision of handouts or checklist type resources available on our municipal website for our local residents who may wish to consider this type of alternative housing arrangement. This would include recommendations for putting appropriate financial and social safeguards in place, which would be the greatest concern to me for anyone considering this type of accommodation arrangement, particularly where more vulnerable individuals are involved. The Chatham-Kent Age-Friendly Advisory Committee has already gathered information about different types and scales of formal home share programs currently running successfully in Toronto and Burlington and the Sarnia area. I was both pleased and grateful to receive this information and would like to request that it be shared with our Community Human Services and Community Development teams, as well as circulated to council members. I would also like to express my appreciation to the Chatham-Kent Age-Friendly Advisory Committee who endorsed this motion. Home share is not for everyone. However, it could be good for many, enabling individuals to age in place affordably and safely, affording improved use of our currently underutilized real estate, and assisting to reduce our affordable housing wait list at minimal cost to the municipality. I respectfully request that my fellow councillors consider receiving a report outlining how the provision of a Chatham-Kent home share program could well be a viable, affordable housing option in our municipality.
Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just would like to express the support that Councillor Latimer received from the Age Friendly Committee to get this report back. Understanding that it's only a report, and we look forward to getting more information about this to see if it's something that would be viable in our community. Thank you.
Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm just kind of curious as to the point of this. Somehow I kind of heard, you know, we're not looking to start a new department or program. Then I heard it would be a program. I just don't understand. Like, I get if somebody wants to rent out a room in their home. My mother-in-law did it in Toronto for years, worked out successfully. But she did it independently without the municipality getting involved. I'm a little worried about the municipality getting involved in matching people, renters with, well, landlords sharing homes, you know, that we're going to facilitate and put that together. To me, it sounds like a, you know, an additional level of government that I'm not sure we really want to dip our toe into this one. You know, if perhaps we match somebody with a homeowner, it doesn't work out very well. You know, do they come back to us and say, hey, you guys made that match and this didn't work out well? And there's certainly the opportunity for that to happen. So I don't really understand why we would get involved in this. Couldn't this just be something that could be done through an agency independent of the municipality? We are the local government. You know, we don't, you know, I don't know that we should get involved in this. I think it's out of our purview of what we're supposed to do as a local government. And I'm worried about the implications if we do in fact get involved in this and we make a bad match. Thank you, Mayor Kenneth.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Just, I guess, a quick question to Councillor Latimer. She indicates in the motion that the requirements for implementation and maintenance. So if we aren't going to be actually facilitating the program or running the program, I'd just like to hear kind of what kind of maintenance that she, you know, thinks that the program will require from the municipality. I'm very supportive in, you know, this, you know, trying to think outside the box in regards to coming up with ways to help facilitate the need for housing in our community. You know, I just think that this is something, the way it's worded about the maintenance and the partnership. I just want to see, you know, where she envisions the municipality, you know, kind of role in this in facilitating this program.
Can I respond to that, Mayor Caniff?
Yes, please do.
Councillor Sakachi, really that was actually an addition that the Age Friendly Committee recommended, because they wanted to make sure that the information that was brought back through our community human services, community development staff, brought us back what would needed to be put in place for us to endorse this type of program, not necessarily run it. That I made very clear. Actually, I do not intend for this to be another program that our municipality runs. I really see this program be enabling a program of this sort to be taking place in our municipality, be it run through another agency and or a private company, or an individual who comes forward and says, I have the skill set to meet the implementation of the maintenance and directives that your administration has recommended we consider before putting this program into place. So I really, please do not feel that I feel that the municipality needs to run this program. That is the exact opposite. We do need this as another tool in our municipal housing toolbox. It does not meet everyone's needs. It is certainly not a program that everyone would consider for use. And there are certainly, as Councillor Bondi said, lots of informal home sharing occurring despite COVID. But there are also individuals out there who don't know where to start. And this would provide, at the very least, as I said, checklists, maybe a handbook on what to look for, to what you want in your agreement. What do you expect for the rent that you're going to charge? Do you expect that person to provide certain services with regard to those activities of daily living that you're finding difficult to continue to do? And in so doing, it requires you to consider leaving your home. So that's what I meant by that. Did I explain that clearly enough, Councillor Sakachi?
Yeah, I guess I just have some kind of conflict in my thinking that it's going to be something that is going to be, it sounds like what's saying it's something that's going to be governed by the municipality in regards to streamlining the program and getting it operational. So I guess, would that not be basically implementing the actual program and trying to find a partner to run the program? So would that not still be kind of being the ones that are going to initiate and facilitate the program?
No, that's not what I meant. I meant for us to go out and see, first of all, if there's community interest and whether or not there will be a community stakeholder that would take on this program and work with the municipality housing department to look for potential home seekers and match them with potential home providers.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Yeah, thank you. Very quickly, Mayor Caniff. Yeah, I think this is an excellent motion by Councillor Latimer. Just wanted to point out, I know back, it seems like a lot longer ago, but earlier this year at the Roma conference, this was discussed during kind of like a seminar breakout session. So I know there's other communities across, across Ontario that are looking at this concept. There's the information that was shared at the Roma during the presentation. The presentations at Roma, that's all available online. I can send that to staff, for their information that they might be able to utilize when making the report. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, and through the mayor. Do we have Dave Taylor on the line? Question.
Councillor, it's David Taylor, Director of Legal Services. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. I'm just curious, and I do agree with this, and understand where Councillor Latimer is coming from. I was raised by a single mom and had many years of borders and such for us to be able to get by in our living situation, to be able to afford to stay in our home. So I fully agree that there's many options, and I suspect there are still many situations that are going on out there. I'm just concerned about being connected in any sense to a matching program. Does that put us as a municipality in any liability if there is an inappropriate match, or if there is a problem that arises in one of these situations?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. This is one of those areas that I'd say the devil's in the details before I could really give any sort of firm legal advice on that. Certainly, you can imagine some situations in which this type of thing could arise where, say, a homeowner alleges that the municipality connected them with a renter and things kind of went sour, and they might look to the municipality to rectify that issue or somehow step in. But the program could be designed, I would say, as well in a way where there's clear conditions and terms that lay out that the municipality doesn't have responsibility for that. So it's an area without knowing how the system would be designed. I can't give a firm answer on that because I just wouldn't know how involved is the municipality going to be, and the steps of drafting those types of conditions hasn't even begun. So that would be the type of thing we'd certainly look for if council passed this motion to those other examples that some councillors have referred to in other municipalities, to see how they run that and try to mitigate the risk. Certainly there's a concern there, but it can be addressed potentially as well.
Thank you, and through the mayor. So at this point, I'm happy to support this, as this is a report that's going to come back to us, but I would like to make sure that those are identified in the report that come back to address those kind of concerns. Okay, thank you.
With that, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes.
We'll go to item 19, corporate services.
Motion by Councillor Oche regarding the renaming of the Wheatley soccer field.
Councillor Oche.
Thank you, Your Worship. Whereas the October 19th, 2020 meeting, council directed that any applications received under the commemorative naming policy be temporarily based on or placed on hold until council received a report following the evaluation of assets in the naming right sponsorship plan. Therefore, be it resolved that administration investigate the renaming of the Wheatley soccer field to Michael Liberty Soccer Field in accordance with the commemorative naming policy and report back to council. This motion will require a 2/3 vote to reconsider the direction to put naming applications on hold. Thank you, Mark Oche.
Councillor Harrigan, would you second that?
Yes, please, Mayor Kenneth, I'd be pleased to second that.
Okay, over to you, Madam Clerk, to walk us through what we need to do here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, you may recall on October 19th, you passed a motion with regards to the naming rights sponsorship strategy. And the third recommendation in that report was that the receipt of applications under the commemorative naming policy be temporarily placed on hold until council receives a report following the valuation of assets of the naming rights sponsorship strategy plan. Therefore, tonight, in order for us to move forward with Councillor Oche's notice of motion, we require a 2/3 vote to be able to put this on the floor this evening.
Okay, with that, Councillor Oche, do you have anything to add to your?
Not really. I'll sure what else I can say until the vote's over, to tell you the truth.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Kenneth. I just wanted to make comment that when we did pass the commemorative naming policy, I did mention to council that this is something that would be coming forward, given where we were in terms of the timing of this conversation and the report. Certainly, council is welcome to vote how they were, but I just did want to call attention to the fact that I had brought that up at a previous council meeting.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put this to vote.
So council, just to let you know, right now you are voting on the reconsideration to be able to put this on the floor to vote on it. And this will require a 2/3 vote, which is 66% or more. All votes are in. Motion passes. Mayor Can, if we could proceed.
Okay, to you, Councillor Oche.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. In my hand, I have a petition with 256 adult names from the Wheatley area. And I'm not including any of the young soccer players that also played there that would like this to go forward. But it was a young gentleman from Wheatley who played all his soccer there, as well as refereed and coached, who lost a battle and has passed away. And so actually, the change should be Michael Liberty Memorial Field. So obviously, he's passed away and has a lot of supporters that would like to see the field named after him. So I guess that's about all I have to say, really. Other than that, I hope this will be supported, as it is doing exactly what the naming, the renaming of the fields and different recreational facilities is for. So just look forward to your support. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. For just to add on to what Councillor Oche has shared with us, I wanted to just take a moment to share with Council a brief excerpt from Michael's obituary as somebody who was very much an active community member. So Michael battled childhood cancer for 3 years, during which he maintained honor roll and principal's honor roll, played, refed, and coached soccer, and excelled in everything he did. Michael had a sense of style matched by no other. His love of shoes was well known by the community, and many watched for his outfit of the day. He fought with a smile, he was fearless, and he never gave up. He was an inspiration to anyone lucky enough to know him. And I was not lucky enough to know Michael as an individual, but I do know very much that his spirit lives on in the Wheatley community, particularly in the soccer fields where he enjoyed much of his childhood. So I very much encourage my fellow councillors to support this motion, standing behind what the community of Wheatley has offered to us through their petition. Thank you.
Judy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to, just to be clear for council, the recommendation is that administration investigate the renaming of the Wheatley soccer field in accordance with the commemorative naming policy. So we will be bringing a report back to council, but all of the information that's shared this evening is helpful. We'll get the paperwork on the way and everything if this is approved, but just wanted to be clear that it's not a done deal with this motion that's on the floor. It does require some paperwork and some consultation through that process, but we are happy to proceed if that's council's direction.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes.
All right, we'll move to notices of motion. Councillor Bondy.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Again, this is sort of a complicated one. There's a couple of 2/3 involved in this. So Judy, with your assistance, should I read the notice of motion and then we go from there?
I think Councillor Bondy, if you read the two motions that you want to put on the floor, I can then explain the process that needs to be followed in order to make those motions happen.
Great. Okay, thank you. First, that the ice surface in the Erickson Arena remain from December 2020 to March 2021. Number 2, that the ice surface in Bothwell Arena remain from December 2020 to March 2021.
Okay, Council, as you are aware, on November 9th, there were a couple motions with regards to the Bothwell and the Erickson Arena with regards to repurposing them. So in order to reconsider a motion, there are a couple things that the procedural bylaw states. So first of all, the procedural bylaw states that a motion to reconsider can come forward to council as a notice of motion. That is what Councillor Bondy is currently doing now. Typically, a motion to reconsider would then be voted on at the next council meeting. However, given the potential for the ice to be removed from the arena on December 1st, I believe Councillor Bondi is asking that it be voted on this evening. And therefore, in order to waive notice, the first step is to receive a 2/3 vote to do that. Should a 2/3 vote be received to waive notice this evening, we'll move on to the motion to reconsider. Because the Erickson and Bothwell Arenas were both voted on separately, as the motion to reconsider should both be done separately. So we will be requiring two votes for that, both requiring a 2/3 vote to put each of those on the table. Should we receive a 2/3 vote for one and or the other, we will then proceed with the motions that Council Bondi has put on the floor. So before any discussion happens, our first motion that we'll be voting on at this time will be a motion to waive notice to bring this to the floor this evening. We'll require a mover and seconder for that, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, Councillor Bondi, you can move that, and Councillor Finn.
Oh, yes, sorry, I'm pleased to. I didn't know I could move my own motion, but yes, I'd be happy to.
Happy to second that one.
Okay, any questions? And just to clarify, this is to open, Madam Clerk, this allows for both of them to be voted on, or just one?
Sorry, no, this vote is just simply to waive notice to allow us to proceed with voting on the motion to reconsider this evening.
Okay, so it's for both of them then. Okay, seeing no questions, we'll put it to vote.
Waiting for one more councillor. All votes are in. We have received more than 66%, so we will be moving forward. And now we will be voting on the motion to reconsider. Okay, so the first one that we will be looking at is to reconsider the direction given on November 9th with regards to the temporary repurposing of the Bothwell Arena. If council would like to reconsider this, we'll ask that they vote now, and it does require a 2/3 vote also.
Okay, Councillor Bondi, you'll be moving this. Councillor Pinsonneau, will you second that?
Yes, so moved.
Mayor, just to be clear, just for the public and for councillors, somebody on the prevailing side has to be able to bring the notice of motion to reconsider forward. And Councillor Bondi has voted on the prevailing side last council meeting, so he is able to bring these forward this evening.
Okay.
And I'll second it, Your Worship.
Okay. Now to you, Councillor Bondi, and then Councillor Pinsonneau.
Should I wait until we vote whether or not we're going to hear this before we comment?
Just wanted to give you the floor if you wanted it. If not, I'll go to Councillor Pinsonneau and we'll vote on it.
Yeah, sure. I'll pass.
Councillor Pinsonneau?
Thank you, Worship. One thing I'd ask for, can I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Okay, we're just putting things together now, and with not seeing any other questions, the clerk will start going through the roll call.
Okay, councillors. Councillor Oche, we are just voting simply right now a motion to reconsider the motion from November 9th for Bothwell. Councillor Oche.
Yes.
Councillor Bondi.
Yes.
Councillor Sakachi.
Yes.
Councillor Crew.
Yes.
Councillor Foss.
No.
Councillor Finn.
Yes.
Councillor Hall.
Yes.
Councillor Harrigan.
Yes.
Councillor Kirkwood White.
Yes.
Councillor Latimer.
Yes.
Councillor McGrail.
Yes.
Councillor Brock McGregor.
Yes.
Councillor Carmen McGregor.
Yes.
Councillor Pinsonneau.
Yes.
Councillor Solomon.
No.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes.
And Councillor Wright.
Yes.
And Mayor Caniff.
Yes.
That motion did receive more than 66%, so we will be able to reconsider the Bothwell Arena. Now to move on to the Erickson Arena for the motion to reconsider.
Okay, Councillor Bondi, again, is there anything you want to say about this?
No, I'll just move this, and if we receive approval, then we can comment after that.
Okay, Councillor Pensel, are you going to second this one as well? Oh, okay.
Councillor B. McGregor will second it.
Okay, Councillor B. McGregor. Okay. Any questions relating to this? If not, we'll put it to vote.
Okay, the motion's on the screen now, Council, with regards to reconsidering the Erickson. One more vote, please. All votes are in. And that one also passes. So, Mr. Mayor, procedurally, we are able to proceed with the motions that Councillor Bondi has put on the floor now.
Okay, so we are now moving ahead to the actual motion. Councillor Bondi, would you like to say anything about it?
Yeah, I'll move it, and actually maybe I'll leave this one to Councillor Pinsino for a comment.
Okay, to you, Councillor Pensino, and then over to Councillor O'Shea.
Thank you, Worship. Bothwell is finally growing after years of no growth. Quality of life is one of the things people look for when relocating. This small town, like all other small towns, don't have a whole lot to offer, but the arena is a good draw for the young families. The Barrack Group has always been upfront with the municipality, so you can imagine their surprise and frustration when the report to move the ice out had come with no consultation whatsoever to them. There was an outpouring of support from the arena for the arena via email, and if we had been in council chambers, you can guarantee it would have been at capacity. The community really feels they got blindsided on this one. Arenas, libraries, theaters, they all require some sort of a subsidy, but they are a quality of a life of each community that they're in. It's easy to say people only have to drive 25 minutes to another rink, but it's not all that easy for a lot of the users. We as council voted to do exactly what Councillor Bondi has put on the floor here, just to run the ice in the season for the year. And there's only 3 months of ice left, and we need to run it, let it run its course. And that will give that arena a fighting chance for next year. This arena is extremely important to this community. I can remember supporting a walk bridge in Wallsburg several years back and thinking to myself, $750,000 is a lot of money for a walk bridge. But after looking into it, I realized how important it was to that community and what a difference it was going to make by being able to access both sides of the river. That's how important this arena is to this community. My fear is if we pull the ice, it will be the beginning of the end for this arena. The Barrack Group has worked so hard, diligently, for the lack of, for his lack of hours that are being used in the winter to be used in the summer. But they can only do so much. They're just volunteers, and they are getting tired. The only savings I really see here is the cost of the compressors to keep the ice in, because you got to keep the lights on. You possibly have to add portable heaters if we have a cold winter. And I don't really see it as being a whole lot of savings. I'm asking that you please support this. This is highly important to this community, and I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Councillor Oche, followed by Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Your Worship. With this, and as Councillor Pinsno said, the people from Bothwell were blindsided. So I'm hoping that if this passes, that we reach out, as in Chatham-Kent reaches out to the people who would like to use the ice but believe they cannot use the dressing rooms. And I'm not sure why. I've been told that Dresden is not allowed to use a dressing room either. I believe it's managed by the same manager, both arenas. So I'm hoping that we will reach out to these people and let them know that yes, you're able to use them. Yes, you have to follow COVID protocol, but let's get these guys out on the ice so that there is more hours rented. And I do believe you will rent more hours, contacting the groups that did belong before and would like to belong still. And I'm hoping that any changes from now till, well, any time basically, that we do contact the people before we surprise them by having it at a council meeting, and then they find out afterwards that their arena is going to be closed for the winter. So that's about all I have to say. Other than that, I definitely support this. Thank you.
Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you. Last week I was actually able to attend one of the meetings. Councillor Pinsno and I went, and at the meeting, the volunteers there explained to us about that if they moved their coaches and that couldn't adapt to the times that they could get ice. So basically, all the skating clubs would be done unless they could get into two groups that are already going. But on them groups, you're only allowed 20, I think it was 21 students per group. So a lot of the groups are already full. That's the rules that they have to abide by. And it was really going to end the figure skating for the year. The other thing, there was quite a bit of conflict there over the group and the staff giving them hours of time. And that needs to be addressed later either way. They were really upset with not being able to get ice time. The other thing, they start leaving and they start going to Glencoe and that. And when they're in Glencoe, they're not far out of London to go shopping that way. And that's one of them made that point that if they got to go that way, they'll start shopping that way. We're going to lose in more ways than one. When they're in Glencoe, they're pretty close to London there. They're not going to drive back to the city here. And that's a shame when the people start thinking that way, but you're pushing them out of the community. That was the biggest concern, that they did not feel they were getting treated right there. Thank you. Bye.
Councillor Scotchy, followed by Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I didn't originally support the the repurposing, and I am going to obviously support this motion here. I just want to kind of eliminate a couple of things that are of great importance. I just really truly hope that the community support and outpouring that we received in regards to the repurposing is shown in the utilization aspect. We definitely know that these times are not just in COVID times, but times in general when it comes to Hockey Canada, when it comes to registration, when it comes to a lot of on-ice activities. There is a challenge in several communities for participants. I do think taking it out, mid-season or peak season is very challenging to the community. But I do think as a whole that this is something that we are really going to have to look at. We cannot sustain a facility with 5 hours a week or 10 hours a week or 15 hours a week. So I'm gladly going to be supporting this. I know that the group has done a very good job out there to try to stimulate activity in the arena. But I really hope by this, if this passes, which I do plead with council for it to pass at this time and to support this, but I do hope that this is kind of starts to encourage people to be utilizing the Bothwell Arena and to maximize the ability to use the infrastructure, because eventually with numbers that are being used now in some of these arenas, we are going to have to be faced with a very difficult and challenging situation that can't just keep being passed on and on for years to come. So I really hope with this this motion does pass, and I really hope that we see a large numbers of groups reaching out and coming back into our community of Chatham-Kent to use the old barn to ensure that it stays around for years to come. And that's my point, and I will be supporting this as I mentioned.
Councillor Foss, followed by Councillor Solomon.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Bray.
Through the mayor, yeah.
Thanks, Jeff. Regarding the demand for ice at the present time, what is that in Bothwell?
Presently, it's 5 hours. There's 4 with the Thamesville Figure Skating Club and 1 with the Chatham Girls Hockey League, the Crush.
Okay, and what was the demand pre-COVID-19?
I'm going by memory. I think it might have been around 17 hours, 23 hours.
Okay. Okay, now there's been a demand for repurposing the arena. What is that demand today?
Right now, after the first 2 weeks, I believe we have nothing's firm, mind you, but there's 20 hours in Bothwell.
Okay. Okay. Now the savings that we've been looking at, net savings, I guess, with the ice coming out and then accommodating the non-ice use, what would you say the savings is compared to with the ice?
The estimated savings is about 82,000 for the 4 months.
And that's retrofitting the arena for non-ice use?
That's taking into account in my report to council, we had $25,000 set aside. So that's without knowing what's going to have to be spent in the other rink. That's accommodating half of that $12,500.
Okay. Anyway, I guess my point is that we've tasked administration to find savings, and they've done that for us, and I feel that we need to respect that. We always hear that we want a zero budget, and by doing this, I don't think we're going to accommodate that. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Councillor Solomon, followed by Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've got a question for Mr. Bray also. Mr. Bray, my concern is this. Right now, if this passes, the Bothwell Arena for this year will be kept open for 5 hours of ice time used a week. My concern is that I don't want to see this artificially increased by moving, by not opening Thames campus and moving users in Chatham out to Bothwell, which is a 40-minute drive. So please assure me that that's not going to happen.
At this point, we've canvassed through Mayor Caniff. At this point, we've canvassed people that have been inquired after floor time, and we've asked them which facility they'd like to have their time put in. We haven't directed anyone anywhere.
Well, what I'm asking is, you haven't directed anybody anywhere. If Tim's campus doesn't open, are they going to end up being forced to go to the Bothwell Arena, which will improve the 5 hours, could inconvenience a lot of families who got to drive 40 minutes.
So you're on the assumption that only one arena gets repurposed, and that would be Bothwell.
Gets repurposed. No, that the ice stays in Bothwell. My assumption at this time from the motion that's been brought and the comments I've heard is that Bothwell will remain open with 5 hours of use each week. And all I want to know is that we're not going to take any steps that are artificially going to bump that by making people drive 40 minutes from Chatham to go to Bothwell because they don't have sufficient ice time in Chatham. That's all.
No,
we want to be assured that that's not going to, that we're not going to find out, oh, well, now there's 25 hours or 27 hours a week, but that's because people are driving 40 minutes to get there because of whatever action or inaction the staff may take.
Yeah. It's up to the user group where they take the ice. So we do have ice available in other rinks. Like for example, now Kent Minor Hockey is traditionally they play in Tilbury and Chatham, but
right.
They've picked up ice in Wheatley too. So that's their call.
Yes, but I've already heard that complaint that it's a 40-minute drive.
Mm-hmm.
So
we be forcing people to go where they don't want to go.
Yes, that's all I'm saying. I just don't think it's right to force people to go where you're going to inconvenience them to artificially increase the usage.
Understood.
Well, I just want some assurance that that's not going to happen because all these emails that we've been receiving seem to indicate that there's a great demand in Bothwell for the ice time. If you force people to go 40 minutes either to Wheatley or Bothwell, we're going to get another barrage of emails.
Yeah, the emails.
I don't want to correct one. I don't want the solution to one problem to create yet another. Is all I'm trying to get you to confirm to me isn't going to happen.
Yeah, I've the emails I received were, I'd say the majority, overwhelming majority, were in support of keeping ice in Bothwell. There have been requests for 9 more hours of ice time in Bothwell. To my knowledge, that's all I've received.
Well, that's only 14 hours a week in total. Okay, right. I'm not getting the assurance. My fear is that we will make a decision on this tonight, and then there will be more ice time available in Bothwell, but we're not going to take the same step in the where there's a lot more users and a lot more demand, and then people are going to be told, well, there's ice available up in Bothwell. Make a choice. Get out there. And that is just going to create another problem. Only this time it will inconvenience a lot more people. Anyway, I've made, I guess I'm not going to get that assurance. I just hope that 2 weeks from now,
we can offer, as I said, I understand what you're saying, and I can't say it from my end any clearer that we tell user groups where ice is available, and it's up to them whether they book it or not.
Okay, so my question then is, will ice be available at Thames campus?
I guess that depends on what happens in the next vote.
So if the next vote keeps ice in Erickson, then you're not going to put ice in at Thames campus. And the normal users will have to go elsewhere.
All the
Mayor
normal.
Ken, if I could add some points. So to answer Councillor Solomon, is that it all depends on, first of all, right now we're at 29% capacity across all of Chatham-Kent. There's plenty capacity everywhere, but it all depends on what the user groups are asking for. It depends how much time they're asking for and at what time they're asking for. Every single arena we have is down about 13%. So there is time available, but there are times where user groups will say, I want 7 o'clock on a Wednesday, and every arena in Chatham may be full, but Bothwell would be available. So I understand what your question is, but it's really difficult to make that commitment. The other thing that's changing is just COVID is, we're not sure if when the OHL is when the Maroons are going to start up, when all of those junior C teams are going to start up. That could change, and they also may be further delayed, and our numbers will actually be down from current assumptions too. So that's the other variable. That's why it's really difficult for us to make that commitment. I will say that if council chooses to open and put ice in Thames campus, that will give us even more capacity. So the chances of sending any team to Bothwell would be that much less. However, Thames campus is also the facility that we've have 67 hours of non-ice requests on the table right now.
Yeah, and Thames campus is the ice surface that is in the area where the population is, which, and they ought not have to be forced to drive 40 minutes.
Yeah, so for example, we do have one group now in Chatham that wanted more ice time. They wanted it at a particular time, and that time was available in Tilbury. So they're doing that now. And I think Jeff also mentioned we have a group that's going to Wheatley. So that is occurring now, but a lot of that is the ice is available. It's just that we can't give them the particular time slot that they want in Chatham. We can give it to them elsewhere, but we can't give that to them in Chatham.
Yeah, but that's not a COVID problem. That's been a problem for 25 years. That you have early morning practices in Chatham because you can't get the ice time.
If I could
anyway,
add,
I'll leave it at that. I just don't want to seemingly solve one problem and yet create another, affecting a lot more people.
Sorry, Councillor. Yeah, and if I could add too, at this point in the season, everyone has essentially settled into their schedules. So we're getting not very many new requests.
Okay, so the only hiccup may be if Junior C and Junior B start up.
That's correct. And they have their home arenas for that. They've already started practicing too.
Okay, I've expressed my concern. That's all I can do.
I'll go over to Judy just to clarify a point before I go to Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on a couple comments that I've heard in the last conversation, a couple of things. So first of all, this evening we voted to bring back the repurposing of the arena for Bothwell and Erickson. That is simply what it is. We are just voting on whether the Bothwell arena and eventually the Erickson arena will be open from December till March. We are not discussing Thames campus this evening. If that is a request of any of the councillors, it should be received as a notice of motion. And as we've well heard last council meeting, proper public consultation and public should be able to speak on the matter of whether they want that. In addition, a month or so, or two ago maybe, council directed administration to put the ice back in all of the arenas, and at this time Thames campus isn't done. So if that's a different direction, again, it needs to be voted on by council, but proper notice needs to be done. So just to clarify, all we are simply doing tonight is the motion to reconsider, which is the ice surface in Bothwell and in Erickson, and if further directions required on other arenas, we'll need to receive that as a notice of motion.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood-White, then Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. This may appear to be a contradiction of something that I said earlier this evening, but the reason why I voted the way I did the last time was because I made an assumption, and you know what happens when you assume. I had assumed that there was considerable consultation, and in the last week, having heard from Barack and the Bothwell boosters and some longtime friends and actually relatives in the Bothwell area who are actively involved, I gained some new information, and I intend to support the motion tonight. But I would also request that administration take up an offer that was given this past week by Dr. Katie Kish, who is a former resident of Bothwell and is actually planning to move back to Bothwell in the future. She has offered to facilitate some consultation on the use of the Bothwell Arena as a community hub. And she has a very impressive resume, and I think that we should take her up on her offer to help ensure that this facility is viable for a long time into the future. So thank you.
Okay, Don Shropshire wanted to make a comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Kirkwood White is Don Shropshire, the CAO speaking. I just wanted to let council know that we have followed up on the offer from Dr. Kish, and Councillor Melissa Harrigan and myself have a call set up with her over the course of the next few days. The CK Plan 2035 committee is looking at our plans and policies and practices for community engagement, and we're hoping that Dr. Kish should be in a position where she could offer us some advice and some support as we develop those policies and practices. So thank you for the for raising the issue, but we're already on that one. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Councillor Kirkwood very much expressed what my sentiment was, just given the significant response that council received from the Bothwell community around their arena, and the increased bookings around ice usage. I think that this is one of the decisions that we made without really having the community engagement that was needed to have, particularly during the current pandemic that we are existing in. My heart really aches at the idea of thinking about, kids in Bothwell who, in the Thamesville area, who are part of a figure skating group who now may not be able to do those extracurricular activities, which could be the only extracurricular activity that they are doing. And so I want to thank the community of Bothwell for reaching out. And I also want to thank staff. Jeff, you've been really responsive to the questions that council has asked, and also my own questions regarding the Bothwell and Thames arenas. And I hope that going forward, there are already some kind of wheels in place for some more conversations between staff and the community, because it does sound like either there's been some miscommunication or tension around what the rules are for safe use of our arenas. We certainly want our arenas to be used, particularly in 2020. We want them to be used safely. And sometimes, in my experience, it's just about bringing those parties to the table to have those conversations. So I will be supporting this, and want to thank everybody for their commitment to the engagement that took place in the last week or two.
Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm going to support this. One of the things that I'm concerned with is, first of all, I feel like we keep having to revisit things because we don't engage the community enough. And I feel like we are looking wishy-washy, and I don't like that feeling like when we make a decision, we should be able to stick with it. And I wasn't prepared to revisit this, but then when I discovered that there had been no consultation with the BRAC group or the Bothwell Boosters, that was really disheartening, because if there's a community group that works to build and support their community, it's Bothwell. And I had a long talk with Jackie tonight, and they're not unreasonable. They know that the ice time's down. They know that things, if they don't get better, they'll have to look at repurposing, but all they want to be is a part of the process. And I think, and this is nothing against Jeff or any, but the report was good. I assumed that there had been a community consultation, but I think that going forward, we need to make sure that when we bring these reports, that we have everything we need. And maybe that's our fault for not asking all the right questions about engagement last time and consultation. But I'll support this, and I really encourage you to talk to the user groups and the community groups to make sure that they're involved in the decisions, because like I said, they're not unreasonable. They work really hard and they're very dedicated. So that's all I'd like to say. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll vote.
One more, council. All votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, so we're at the next one. Councillor Bondi, you put this forward, and Councillor Pinsonneau, will you second this?
Yes, so moved, Mayor Kenneth.
And I will second it, Your Worship.
Okay, before we get started with this one, I want to go over to Thomas Kelly and just ask him. I know that generally my understanding is that well, obviously there's ice in the Ericsson Arena right now. There is not ice over at the other arena at the Thames campus. And Thomas, if you could just talk about that a little bit. I know we had some discussions, and you talked about how there is no time booked December, January, February, March, the ice, or maybe you can fill us in on that, because there is a big demand for non-ice activities in an arena. So I just wanted you to give the quick background on that.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So at this time, over the last 2 weeks since the original motion was passed, we've had many groups reach out to us, non-ice requests, totaling 87 hours in total, of which 67, the preferred location was a Chatham-based arena. And with this motion on the table, it would essentially allow Ericsson arena operations to continue. And based on, as I read, prior council direction, we would also then put ice into the Thames campus. Now, ice in the Thames campus arena has been delayed because of a technical issue. We're just about finished that, and we would be ready to put in ice by the end of the month, start putting in ice. However, I want to make council aware that we also have a demand of 67 new hours, and then potentially higher as well, because the 20 that was slated for Bothwell, we could also find a way to put that in to, say, Thames campus. So what's before council now is this direction to keep ice in Ericsson. We have capacity in place right now to satisfy all parties based on demand for ice. So council would have an opportunity to still consider repurposing Thames campus, but I do not have a motion or any approval to do that based on past approvals that were in place.
Okay, thanks, Thomas. I just wanted that background. Okay, so Councillor Bond, do you have anything to say to this, and followed by Councillor Pinsonneau?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Caniff. First, in response to Thomas, okay, I get that, but the request for indoor activities, I've spoken to representatives from the pickleball, badminton, tennis. They have very, very little interest in Ericsson Arena. They'd much rather be at the Bradley Center if that's a doable thing, or better yet, Ericsson, because of the heating problem at Ericsson, which I'm sure you could address if you had to, but anyway, we don't have to go there right now. We haven't voted on this. So that being said, as has been mentioned by many councillors, the reason I brought this back was that I don't think we knew what we were talking about. We didn't have enough information when we made this decision in the first place. Clearly, it was put forward as a business model. It looked like a good idea. There were some cost savings. Great, let's do it. And we did it with very little conversation. And then we heard from the public, overwhelmingly from the public. So to me, we didn't do that correctly. We made a decision, and it's other.
Sorry, Councillor Bondi, I really apologize. I have to interrupt for a second. It's 9:59.
Yeah, I get it.
I will need a motion to continue till say 10:30 to finish the meeting. Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Finn, will you put that forward?
I'll move that.
I'll second.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none. Okay, so Councillor Bondi, I apologize. You can continue.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Yeah, so as I was saying, without the proper information, we made a decision, in my opinion. And then we heard from the public, the stakeholders, particularly from Erickson and of course Bothwell. Erickson was really more my thing. You know, I'm from Chatham, and so initially I heard from the Ringette group, and they were very, very upset that first of all they weren't contacted. Secondly, they seem to have a contract for this year, which I don't know what happened to that. I guess that just doesn't matter. But they have a schedule. Minor hockey has a schedule, and this was all eliminated and without any real alternative put before them. I know Mr. Kelly says, well, they can be accommodated, but you know, it is the end of November. These people had schedules. So in my opinion, we didn't do it correctly in the first place. And secondly, during this whole COVID chaos, as I like to refer to it, I think we're just causing more problems with Erickson and Bothwell, but more in Erickson because there's more usage there, by rescheduling, not having an alternative plan in place, and basically throwing a lot of these family schedules up in the air. And Ringette apparently has been there for 40 years, so this is not exactly a new operation. As far as indoor activities go at Erickson, I hear from Mr. Kelly there's a 60-something hour call. I don't really know how, like Erickson's not a nice arena with ice in it, let alone without ice. How is it going to be heated to accommodate pickleball players who, I've played pickleball and it's no fun in the cold. And these guys, these people, sorry, men and women, they would much rather be at the Bradley Center. So I don't think that's really a good idea. It doesn't seem to have a lot of public support that I can see. And as far as Thames campus, if the ice goes in, I know you can't do anything tonight without a motion, but if the ice was not to go in, referring to Councillor Solomon was talking about, the normal users of either Thames campus or Erickson are both going to be inconvenienced if the ice comes out of one of the two places. So if we don't put ice in Thames campus, those users would be inconvenienced. If we don't put ice in Erickson, those users would be inconvenienced. So there's going to be a cost or an inconvenience somehow to some groups, no matter what, if we do in fact decide not to put ice in either one of these arenas. My bottom line, I'll conclude with this, is that I really don't think this is the year to do this. These kids, and I've got lots of them, everything has been thrown up in the air. Nobody knows what's going on. They don't even know if they're going to go back to school after Christmas. So, you know, to take something like this away and, you know, not necessarily take it away, but put it into a realm of the unknown and frustration like the rest of their lives, I really don't think this is the year to do that. The savings are there, and I'm obviously a 0% budget guy, and I vote for everything to save money. But this one, no, I don't think the savings are going to be realized for a number of reasons that I've mentioned, but I really don't think this is the year, and I really don't think the end of November or the beginning of November when we made the decision, I don't think this is the right time to do this. I think status quo this year, and we can revisit this in the summer. Hopefully speak to the stakeholders prior to, set up some alternative scheduling. But this year, at this time, I really hope we don't do it. Thank you, Mayor Kenneth.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood White, followed by Councillor OJ.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't know whether it's appropriate or not, but Thomas has indicated that he doesn't have a formal motion. Probably a question for our clerk. Is it possible, with the approval of the mover and seconder, to make a friendly amendment to the motion that we're going to be voting on, and just add, and that no ice be put into Thames campus for non-ice users? Can we amend the existing motion just to take care of that other issue that we need to address?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I previously indicated, to put that motion on the floor, proper notice hasn't been given to the public to comment on the Thames campus, and so it really should be received as a notice of motion, perhaps tonight as we're under the section of notice of motion. So once this is done, you could put a notice of motion forward with regards to the Thames campus, and then that could come back on December 7th.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Oche, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Bray. First, Jeff, I'd like to thank you for answering all my questions this week. But if I could, and this is to do with Erickson, but it's also to do with Thames campus. Right now, where are the people playing that normally play at Thames campus? Are they playing at Erickson?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The primary user at Thames campus is the Chatham Figure Skating Club. They've taken ice at Memorial Arena. Also, the secondary primary user would be Kent Minor Hockey. So everyone's been accommodated right now in other rinks.
Okay, so if the Thames campus was not to have ice, everyone basically that was playing there or skating there is okay where they're at right now.
Yes, I've spoken to all the groups. My primary concern was the Chatham Figure Skating Group because that's been their home base for years and years, and they understand the situation, and they've said they would maintain their ice at Chatham Memorial Arena.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I know through you, Your Worship, Mr. Bray, when I was talking to you, I had asked you some questions about why we would go to the larger ice surface instead of Erickson for the minor hockey. And you mentioned that there was more room, obviously on the ice. That doesn't really matter because when it comes to young kids, they all go for the net. So they're all in front of the net anyway. So they're all going, can't score a goal in the corner when the net's in the middle of the ice. So, but you mentioned the entrance and where they can stand and watch is a little bit larger, but the actual spectator area is quite a bit smaller at Thames campus, is it not, compared to Erickson?
No, there's more stands. The stands, I believe, are larger at Thames campus. The layout at Thames campus is much more conducive to our COVID safety protocols. As you mentioned, the foyer is larger. The layout of the dressing rooms, the way people come into the arena and they can exit out the back, it's just a better flow for COVID safety. But as another counselor mentioned, everyone's in the groove now at Erickson, so.
Right, and that's what I thought right from the start. So, okay, well, thank you for answering the questions again. I know I've bombarded you this week, but thank you very much.
No problem.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. My questions are to Mr. Bray regarding this, and I will try to be quick. Jeff, the questions I'm asking are from our email conversation where you replied earlier today. So first, in terms of the Erickson ice and the closing of one and moving to another, when this was initially proposed, I thought it would just be as simple as kind of picking up the Erickson ice schedule, the ringette, the figure skating, the Kent Minor Hockey, and then just plopping it in the Thames Arena, and then opening up Erickson for non-ice sports. Can you explain to me why that is not so?
It's because trying to allocate the exact same day and time within that day is difficult because there's overlap between, for one thing, having spoken with the president of the Ringette Association, they don't want to play at Thames campus at all. They don't like the surface there. Erickson's already been their home rink for decades. And for us to move them, we can't move them to Memorial because their lines are different from regular hockey. The ice is already in. So understanding, and I've apologized for the lack of consultation, that would have been addressed. The other thing is you look at how ice is allocated between the figure skating group. If they moved into Thames campus, it doesn't mean that the gaps they've opened there would be acceptable, say, to Kent minor hockey. So there's a bit of moving parts, and I understand everyone's lives are centered around, you know, kids have jobs, the older kids, parents work schedules around when their kids are practicing and playing hockey. So it's just dovetailing it all in, and it's very difficult. I hope I haven't confused you, but.
No, thank you. And I think in particular, the comments you shared with me over email around the ringette lines that are in Erickson but are not necessarily the same in Thames campus and Memorial was very informative for me. So I will be supporting that the ice surface that remain in Erickson. I do have a procedural question to our clerk. Judy, earlier you indicated that if we were to give direction through a notice of motion to move forward with the Thames campus email and ice surface, it would move forward at the December 7th meeting. I recognize it's 10:10 p.m. But could that notice of motion be waived given the significant conversation that we know staff have had and councilors have had with some of these stakeholder groups?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, you could do a motion for 2/3 vote to waive notice again.
Okay, thank you. So I also would be prepared to do that. I know Councilor Kirkwood has indicated she'd be prepared to move that motion, so I will finish my comments here. Thank you.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I guess I just wanted to touch base. I was actually contemplating bringing a motion forward as well when Mr. Kelly said that. My whole opinion is as though that we've already got ourselves into a situation and we see what's occurred for not having public consultation. So I really hope that council doesn't put a motion on the floor tonight in regards to Thames campus. My guess would be that if there's no motion tonight, that there's not going to be ice going in the next couple of weeks in Thames campus. Maybe Mr. Kelly could touch base on that with me briefly, if you don't mind, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Mr. Mayor, we could hold off making any ice for 2 weeks if that's the will of council.
And because Councillor Kirkwood-White stated it initially, you know, I'm prepared to bring a motion forward, but in respect to her, I won't. But I really think that, you know, to save some expense, that if there is not the need to have ice in Thames campus, that we do not put ice in there. If we have that many hours, you know, that can be repurposed for non-ice activities. That said, if there is the need for ice in Chatham proper, I think that that's something that should definitely be made available. That is why I think it is beneficial that we do not just vote on that tonight, that we do have the public consultation. And because Councillor Kirkwood-White, initiated that conversation, I'm more than willing to allow her to put that forward. But I don't think that if we don't need 3 arenas in the city, that we should go ahead. But if we do, then we should have them. So you can come back to me, Mayor Caniff, if Councillor Kirkwood-White's not comfortable making that exact motion. But I do think that we should not waive the notice period, because we're just going to get ourselves into the exact same situation we are right now. And as Councillor Kirkwood-White said, you know, as Councillor Cruz said, we don't need to revisit this again. So,
Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Worship. I agree with what Councillor Sakachi just said. You know, consultation, we need to put the motion in tonight and then deal with it on the 7th, and then we've covered all our bases. Anyway, as far as Erickson goes, I feel for the group, the Ringette group, who been there for 40 years and weren't consulted on the fact that they were going to take their ice away. So I am going to support this. I think we should learn from these mistakes and not make it again with campus. And I'm all for looking into whether they need the ice there or not, but let's do it the proper way. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put this to vote.
One more, council. All votes are in. Motion passes.
To you, Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have just sent Judy an email. I'm sure she can clean up the wording. I've minus all the usual whereases. That no ice be installed at Thames Campus Arena to accommodate non-ice users for the 2020-21 winter season, and that will be voted on at the next council meeting.
Did you want a report put together for that as well? Like
Yeah.
just something.
Yes, and make sure that we're consulting with those that we need to consult with.
Okay. All right, can I get, then that's any other notice of motion? Seeing none, we'll go to non-agenda business. Sorry, we'll go to communication items. Councillor Latimer, you wanted 1C and 2E pulled? Councillor Latimer, we can't hear you. Does anyone else have it? Well, that's the, while we're waiting for Councillor Latimer, any non-agenda business? Councillor Scotchy. Councillor Scotchy, we can't hear you.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Through you, I just wanted to acknowledge the extremely nurturing and giving community that we continue to show to not just to our own community, but to throughout Ontario in regards to the gift and the major response that we received in the community to ensure that no child or no person goes out without a Christmas. And I just wanted to say thank you very much to all the people who I was lucky enough to work with, and all the people in the community that stepped up to ensure that we just continue to put ourselves on the map in regards to such a fabulous community that we live and work in. And I just wanted to say a big thank you to every single person that was involved, big or small.
Councillor Finn.
I'd just like to repeat what Councillor Sakachi said, but for Chatham, and if anybody is interested in still helping out, we're at the Old Egg Medica, 715 Richmond, daily from 10 till 6.
Okay. Councillor Latimer, are you available now? Councillor Latimer, you're on mute. Councillor McGrail and Councillor Foss, can you move the communication items, please?
Sure, so moved.
So seconded.
Anyone opposed? Carried. First and second reading, Councillor Solomon and Councillor Thompson. Oh yes, before you do that, we are adding 8A as well as in the bylaws. Councillor Solomon?
I'm happy to move it.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Bondi. Sorry, who was that?
Councillor McGregor.
All right, Councillor McGregor. Anyone opposed? Carried. the third reading. Councillor Wright and Councillor Foss.
I'll move that.
I'll second that.
Okay, anyone opposed? Motion carried. Resolution of council. Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, and through the mayor, I move that Chatham-Kent Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held on Monday, December 7th, 2020, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act.
Councillor Hall, can you second that, please?
Seconded, Mayor Canada.
Anyone opposed? Meeting adjourned. Thanks, everyone.